Come on, bitch. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Aquilon here, and of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. And if you're watching this over on YouTube, remember to hit the like button. Also subscribe and click the link in the description down below, because it's always better when it's live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to each and every one of you. I hope that you've had a wonderful day, morning, evening, whatever time of the day it is for you. I don't know what we're going to be doing yet today. I have no idea. As I said yesterday, embrace the oddity that is my mind. I guess that's what we're going to be doing nowadays on the stream. D-Wolf, how you doing, bro? Wow, coming in 6 minutes. What do you mean bigger stuff, D-Wolf? Give me a link so I can check. This might just be interesting then. Oradras, how you doing, fam? Wait, what big stuff? All streamers are teasing hard. Alright, I'll tease as well. Something huge is coming for WoW Dragonflight. I mean, but what? Seems like the MCA will be lifted in like 5 minutes. Yeah, but so the streamers are teasing hard. I get that, right? But what are they teasing? Like, what exactly are they saying, D-Wolf? I'm calling Ghostcrawler coming back. I don't think so. I mean, Ghostcrawler left World of Warcraft, I think primarily because he didn't feel like there was anything left for him to achieve at Blizzard, you know, with the state of World of Warcraft. And now he's left Riot Games as well. Wyfern, how you doing? Katoria, how you doing? Welcome to the lurk, Katoria. Now I think, I sort of think Ghostcrawler doesn't like the nitty-gritty part of game design. You know, like when he joined League of Legends, he was specifically brought in to fix League of Legends, right? And I'm assuming that that's the kind of thing he likes. He likes going in, starting everything up, getting like the first phase, you know, all the difficult stuff handled. And then as soon as it gets to the nitty-gritty sort of design stuff, he maybe just doesn't like that, which is why he stepped out of Blizzard. Because, you know, World of Warcraft at that point was cruising. There was nothing really to fix. And maybe that's why he's, like, part of the reason, at least, why he stepped out of Riot. The God Rakim, how you doing, bro? The Dark Lord, how you doing? They say nothing but the eye emote, and yesterday we got our first encrypted 10.1 bold. Okay, I see what you mean. Nearly 4 a.m. and you stream. Tourist, what? I can only apologize, bro. From what I heard, he also lost brother and father last year, so the personal side may be genuine. I'm not saying the personal side isn't genuine, Howard. Oftentimes, personal loss, you know, personal stuff that happens in your life as a way of sort of reorienting you in the world, right? It sort of snaps everything back into focus and makes you think about like, what exactly is it that you're doing right now. And that's probably for him, right? He's been at Riot Games for a long time, 9 years, I believe, at this point. And maybe those losses just made him realize, wait a second, what am I doing? I've done the work on this MMO that I wanted to do. I don't want to do the nitty-gritty sort of day-to-day design shit. I don't care about that. So now is as good a time as any for me to just leave and go somewhere else. That's my guess, at least. I could be wrong, you know. It could literally just be that, like, worst case scenario, this is something that I thought immediately as I saw the tweet. He maybe doesn't believe in the Riot MMO, and that might be why he stepped out. The game is going in a direction that he doesn't like, and he realizes that in order to fix it, he would need free reign to do so, and the company doesn't want to give him free reign to quote unquote fix the MMO. And so he's just decided to cut his losses. That always happens. As soon as I read something, I always become a fucking cynic. I don't think that's the case, because I've only heard good things from people working on the project. They seem to love the project. They seem to love what the project is. So, yeah, let's wait and see. But D-Wolf, if there is something massive coming in World of Warcraft, right? Where would that be announced? Do you think over on Wowhead or maybe World of Warcraft Twitter? Because I haven't seen any eyes on my Twitter feed. Demetros, how you doing? I mean, we know that there will be another BlizzCon, so I don't know if that would be the big thing that they're announcing. Snubby, how you doing, fam? Alex, you bastard. 28 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ballistic, how you doing? I'm doing well. You know, I finally managed to sleep throughout the night. No stomach ache, no stomach burning, anything like that. Heavily medicated for my stomach. So hopefully, you know, whatever it is goes away. That's the hope, at least. So, everyone, Deadman Prop, how you doing, fam? Ace, how you doing, bro? Null Turtle Duck, how you doing? Sometimes Gamescom, but the Gamescom is almost dead. Yeah, I don't see Blizzard going back to Gamescom. Even if they do, the last 3 times that Blizzard have been at Gamescom have been pretty disappointing. You know, we all sat here waiting for some big announcement, and it turned out to just be basically a glorified ad, you know, for Blizzard games. So yeah, I wouldn't like, I don't care for Gamescom. BlizzCon, I'm very much looking forward to that coming back. Hopefully this year they'll have less of a stupid thing going on. Mr. GM, I'm checking. All right, so we have another round of interviews coming. Announcement, I will be interviewing at Warcraft developers Patrick Donson and Maria Hamilton today, asking all the burning questions regarding patch 10.1, Embers of Naltharion. Oh, we have a name. Huh. All right, that's in about an hour from now, I'm pretty sure. That's in an hour from now. You bet your ass we're going to be watching this. And then, of course, he also dropped first look of patch 10.1, Embers of Naltharion. You guys want to watch this quickly? Yeah, let's watch this, shall we?
Hello there, and welcome.
All right, so this is the first look into WoW 10.1. I will say I'm quite surprised at the speed with which Blizzard is releasing this stuff. It's kind of surreal, if I'm honest. I did not expect it to be this fast. But, okay, so there's some massive speculation in this, Embers of Naltharion. And there is something that I will just throw out here. The heart of Naltharion is still in the capital cities, for anyone that has not noticed. So technically speaking, there is a chance of bringing Naltharion back. If anyone wanted to do that, they could probably bring Naltharion back. I don't know if Blizzard will bring Deathwing back, but, you know, we may check. Okay, let's watch this.
Back to another video. Today we are going to talk about patch 10.1 of Dragonflight, and it is called Embers of Naltharion. Yes, oh, yeah. Embers of Naltharion is coming, and it is the name of patch 10.1. And in this video we're going to go through everything we know so far about patch 10.1 of Dragonflight. But before we jump into that, guys, just want to shout out my Twitch, twitch.tv/MrGM. If you want to see me streaming...
Maple fan from Hal, 8 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will say the other thing Embers of Naltharion can mean is we're sort of now going to get the culmination of the Black Dragon aspect. because Embers of Neltharion could also just refer to his children, right? So Rathian, Sibelian, and the sort of culmination of that story.
World of Warcraft, Dragonflight, Dragonflight PTR, 10.1 PTR, and more. I'm over on twitch.tv/MrGM every single day. Right, so yes, patch 10.1 Embers of Neltharion has been confirmed. So I was extremely lucky to be invited by Blizzard to have an early look at this patch. Didn't get to play it, but a few of us did get a really great preview of this patch, and I did a developer interview as well, which will be up on the channel very shortly, and I'll leave a link to that in the top right of the video right now, or in the description below once that's uploaded. But yes, patch 10.1 is looking very, very promising. We haven't got the PTR just yet, but it is scheduled to be up extremely soon judging by the changes to the launcher. So yeah, 10.1 PTR coming up real soon, and of course we'll be streaming that and covering it here on the channel. But you'll
see, I just want to throw that out there. This is the one thing that I hate about the patch cycle, and specifically about the PTR patch cycle. Go through the majority of WoW streamers and look at what everyone is streaming. Constantly PTR content. Right now, World of Warcraft sort of exists in two realities. You have the reality of what is actually current WoW, and then you have the Twitch reality that is the PTR of WoW. And these two are not the same. It kind of bothers me that, you know, and no hate to Mr. GM, he does an incredible job, and I love his videos, but the game is pretty much spoiled by the time it comes out. By the time 10.1 launches, we will know everything there is to know. We will know exactly what is coming. We would have seen all of those zones already because they would have been showcased already. We'll probably know most of the story. We'll know most of the raids. We'll know all of the raid bosses. So there's really very little mystery in World of Warcraft left as a result of these patch cycles, which really bothers me a little, but never mind.
Here for the details. What is happening in 10.1? Well, first and foremost, Return to the Forbidden Reach, the new content update of patch 10.07, is launching on March 21st in NA and March 22nd in the EU. This is a prelude patch where you go back to Forbidden Reach. There's a ton of stuff going on in this patch. If you want to know everything that's going on in the Forbidden Reach, I do have a video about it. I'll leave a link in the top right or in the description below. So I don't have any footage of 10.1, but I do have a ton of pictures from the press kit, so this is going to be kind of a little slideshow while I talk about all the details of this patch. So the description of 10.1 is this: as the Incarnates calculate their next move, they look to regain strength and recruit new allies. Farak seeks to rally the Jarradin deep within the hidden underground Zaralak Cavern, where it's been revealed that the fallen Earthwarder Neltharion housed his darkest experiments in the secret laboratory known as Aberrus, the Shadowed Crucible.
Oh, shit, bro! Alright, that's got me kind of hyped. Secret laboratory? Aberrus? Underground? Yes, please. So that's probably going to be the raid. I imagine that's probably going to be the raid. I mean, don't know, but that would be my guess. But they're not the only ones seeking the entrance to the lab. They're not the only ones seeking the entrance to the lab. A rebellious sect of Dracthyr called the Sundered Flame, led by Scale Commander Sarkareth, fight to gain control of the facility and claim the legacy they believe they're owed. So that's the official description of patch 10.1. So let's get into the details and what is going on in this patch. So, as mentioned, brand new zone, Zaralak Cavern. So the Zaralak Cavern is a zone underneath the Dragon Isles, said to be around the size of Zereth Mortis. The entrances to this will be found in Thaldraszus, the Zurspan, and the Onaran Plains. It was mentioned in an interview that you'll have a kind of seamless transition into this zone as well, so it's not instanced as such. You simply just go kind of into the tunnels, and you'll end up in this massive underground zone. You will be dragged. Dude, the tech that Blizzard used in Shadowlands, you know, the whole go through a portal and it's seamless to the other side. Blizzard is making good use of it in this expansion. Because I'm assuming those tunnels will be relatively long. So it's kind of like a loading screen, but not a loading screen, if that makes sense. As you're flying through, everything else on the other side is loading, which just makes the zone feel as part of everything else instead of like a complete separate zone, which I think just hats off. I know it's a small thing, but it can have a very real impact on how players feel about something.
Dragon riding down here, there's different kind of biomes here as well. Some really cool art and some really cool creatures. It's said to be really fun to dragon ride around as well, so I'm really looking forward to kind of trying that out on the PTR. But Zarelac Cavern is going to be your kind of end game zone for patch 10.1. While you're down in the Zarelac Cavern, you're going to meet a new faction called the Niffen. This is the friendly faction of the Zarelac Cavern.
The mole people.
The Niffen are a mole-like race with a strong sense of smell to make up for their poor vision. This is actually going to be a brand new renown track as well, so there's going to be a whole bunch of renown rewards for this faction. So they're going to be an extra major faction coming in Dragonflight. Now, it hasn't been mentioned if the other factions will get increased renown rewards, but you will be getting a brand new renown track with the Niffen of the Zarelac Cavern. Another creature you're going to encounter in the Zarelac Cavern is the Drogbar. Yes, the Drogbar are coming back in patch 10.1. It says here that they're a familiar race known for their love of lifting heavy objects and racing snails. Also, snail races has been confirmed as a feature in 10.1, so I'm curious to see what happens with that.
Snail races.
Going into...
All right, kind of a mini game. I wonder what snail racing will entail.
The new raid of patch 10.1, and that is Aberrus the Shadowed Crucible.
Yeah.
So the description of Aberrus is this. Aberrus is a secret laboratory that was hidden within the Zarelac Cavern, and is where the fallen Earthwarder Neltharion housed his darkest experiments. It's a place where he not only created the Dracthyr, but succumbed to the whispers of the old gods. It says players will face 9 bosses in an effort to thwart the incarnates as well as scale command.
Wait, that's a bit of a change. That's where he succumbed to the whispers of the old gods? Not in... I mean, it took a long time for Deathwing or Neltharion to penultimately succumb to the whispers of the old gods. For a very long time, he heard the whispers, and it became harder and harder for him to sort of figure out the truth from the whispers, until one day, eventually, as with all creatures, the whispers and reality sort of merged into a singular thing, and that was then him. So the fact that he's succumbed to the whispers of the old gods in the Shadowed Crucible suggests a tweak to the lore. So it is a tweak, because we don't actually know much about Deathwing's fall to the old gods. So this might just canonize the sort of fall. In other words, for a very long time, Deathwing was already the thrall of the old gods, but pretended not to be as he worked in secret. Until, of course, the time was right for him to fully embrace the old gods openly. So it would just slightly tweak the lore there.
Under Sarkareth, who seeks to claim the legacy of the Dracthyr. Aside from Sarkareth, Azeroth champions will also face several powerful enemies within Aberrus, including an Elementium dragon, hydras, and other enemies soon to be revealed. Okay. And it's mentioned here as well that, like Season 1, normal, heroic, and mythic will release simultaneously.
I like that. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I kind of like the fact that they're now releasing normal, heroic, and mythic at the exact same time. I never understood the sort of gated release of the raids.
So yeah, brand new raid in 10.1, of course. 9 bosses. I reckon there's going to be some absolutely
9
incredible
is also a good number
here as well. But yeah, not really too much to reveal in regards to what all the bosses are. Obviously, once we get the PTR, we'll have a better indication of what is going on here. But obviously, Scale Commander Sarkareth will be a boss here. And no doubt, obviously, some Primeless people and some really exciting things. Different experiments of Neltharion as well. So yeah, a lot to look forward to with the brand new raid, Aberrus the Shadowed Crucible. Next up, let's talk about Mythic Plus. Yes, Mythic Plus. Season 2 of Dragonflight, of course, will bring in the final dungeons to the Mythic Plus rotation, including Brackenhide Hollow, Pools of Infusion, Alderman, and of course Neltharis will be in the Mythic Plus rotation as the Dragonflight dungeons. Now, the dungeons that are coming back from the Legacy are extremely exciting here. So, you have 4 dungeons. They are Freehold from Battle for Azeroth.
That was
the
actually a good
Underrot
dungeon.
from Battle for Azeroth.
Did not like that one.
Neltharian's Lair from Legion, which I think is obviously great and relevant.
Yeah.
And finally, Vortex Pinnacle from the Cataclysm expansion. Yes, Vortex Pinnacle.
I'll be honest, 2 out of the 4, I hate it. I was not a fan of Vortex Pinnacle at all. Not because it was a silly dungeon or anything. It wasn't fun. It wasn't very fun. But, I mean, it's fine. I'm not saying that it's bad or anything. It's just... yeah, it's an interesting decision. It's an interesting mix. And I wonder, should we be reading into this from a lore perspective? Or do you think this was purely gameplay decisions? Obviously, the Neltharian's Lair one is, at least thematically, makes sense, right? From a thematic standpoint, it makes sense. So it makes sense why they would add that. The question that I'm asking is something like Vortex Pinnacle. Should we be looking into this? This is obviously a dungeon that is tied to the Keepers very very closely tied to the Keepers. Yeah, that's the thing, Deadman Prop. What I'm asking is, are they hinting at something here?
From Cataclysm. So previously, Blizzard have said that they didn't want to go any further down the line than Mists of Pandaria. Looks like that is out the window now, and Cataclysm is on the table for potential Mythic Plus dungeons. So yes, Vortex Pinnacle is going to be our first.
That is actually huge. Remember, Blizzard did say that we're not getting any dungeons before Mists of Pandaria because those dungeons would just not really work. They were never built to be Mythic Plus. But if this holds true, we could very easily start seeing maybe some even earlier dungeons included in the rotation. Because if Vortex Pinnacle is going to work, there is guaranteed to be some dungeons in Wrath of the Lich King that would work as a Mythic Plus dungeon. I'm specifically thinking about the final 3 dungeons that was added in Wrath of the Lich King. Those could really work. Even the one where you're running away from the Lich King could be a rather interesting one to do on Mythic Plus. Short, but interesting. There could be some very interesting things there. So I'm assuming that this means that the door is now open, not to all dungeons from pre Mists of Pandaria era, but definitely some of them. It is also how you're doing. There's only a small step from Time Walking to Mythic Plus. Yeah, you could, in my opinion, you should be able to do it fairly easily. No. I think they're choosing at least a few of the old dungeons for Mythic Plus to show off mechanics, which they're revisiting in raids. Key example being Shadowmoon Burial Grounds in this rotation, which has the same ad mechanic as Eranog in VOA. Adventure, obviously that could also be true. The bigger thing that we're sort of highlighting here is the fact that they said that these dungeons would never be added, and yet here we are. Right? Oh, Hector, how you doing, fam?
Dungeon ever to have Mythic Plus kind of added retroactively to it, whereas kind of the Mists of Pandaria ones had challenge modes and things like that. So definitely opens the door for a lot of potential in the future of Cataclysm and maybe even earlier expansions. Yep. I'm looking forward to that. So let's go through the Mythic Plus dungeon rotation for Season 2 once again. It's Bracken-eyed Hollow, Halls of Infusion, Alderman, Neltharius, Freehold, the Underrot, Neltharian's Lair, and Vortex Pinnacle. Of course, there'll be a new seasonal affix and different changes to Mythic Plus as well. I did see some rumors.
I still think it would have been better if Season 1 had all 8 of the current dungeons, and then Season 2 started with the Return of Legacy dungeons. I feel like that would have been better. Because there were a lot of people that sort of had dungeons that they enjoyed that wasn't in the first rotation, meaning that they were doing Mythic Plus in dungeons that they wouldn't enjoy, and there was no dungeons that they actually enjoyed. I also do think that, you know, just as a person that doesn't do a lot of Mythic Plus, but does actually spend a lot of time reading forum posts and things like that, I do think it's time for Blizzard to revisit Mythic Plus. I think there's been enough complaints this season about Mythic Plus that Blizzard seriously needs to start looking at Mythic Plus. I don't think the affixes worked out the way that Blizzard wanted it to, at least for the vast majority of affixes. It feels like the affixes are more punishing than what they are rewarding, and very few of the affixes really change gameplay. It's more so that they just make it miserable to play. And on some weeks, you would actually get people just refusing to do Mythic Plus because, well, they don't want to deal with the affixes. So I'm assuming there's definitely going to be some tinkering with the Mythic Plus system, probably over the course of this expansion, to find a way to make affixes be both punishing, rewarding, but also change your strategy meaningfully enough to where people don't feel like it's just some weeks impossible to do, but rather it's important to keep your strategy liquid, if that makes sense. Morgan Day announced that no seasonal affix will be present in Dragonflight Season 2, and the level 7 bucket of affixes is getting an affix refresh. All right, so they're already doing that. That's good. Dude, that is very good. It means that Blizzard really is keeping their finger on the pulse this time around, reacting very fast. I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Genuinely, because normally old Blizzard, people would be complaining Season 1, people will complain Season 2, people will complain Season 3, and then maybe next expansion will find some changes, right? This is really good that Blizzard is going, all right, no, we're hearing you guys. This is really not fun for you guys, so it's fine. Let's see if we can change this up. Let's see if we can fix this for you. So great job, Blizzard. Hearts in chat for Blizzard Entertainment. And just their very quick response to, a genuine concern that people had.
About removing a fourth affix or something like that, but again, unconfirmed. I guess we'll find out once kind of like interviews come out and things like that. Obviously, there'll be PvP updates as well. We haven't really heard anything on the PvP side of things, unfortunately, but I would imagine there'll be kind of stuff
news
happening
for the
with
PvPers,
that as well.
man.
And again, more
Sad
details
to be a
will probably
PvPer
come out once we get into the PTR. So let's talk about the new and updated Outdoor World content. So we have a new feature called the Pharaoh Assaults. So it says here that these are similar to the Primeless Invasions currently available, with new rewards including gear sets, weapons, achievements, and more. So we did get...
It's a lot of Jordan here. Makes me think there's going to be a lot of Jordan story here, which I am all for. If you guys don't know, the Jordan may just be my favorite addition in Dragonflight.
Some concept art of the new gear sets, which are coming. They're very Blackwing Lair inspired. Really, really nice looking. Going to be coming in different colors as
not
well.
bad.
But yeah, as it says, it's the Primeless Invasions 2.0. And these will be happening on the Dragon Isles. It's been confirmed that the current Elemental Invasions will continue in some form. And you still will be able to get the achievements and things like that for those. So don't worry about too much about that. So let's talk about dragon riding updates in 10.1. First and foremost, yes, we are getting a fifth dragon riding mount. The Winding Slither Drake, or whatever it's going to be called in 10.1, is coming along. This is the Datamine Cloud Serpent type Drake. This will be available from the launch of 10.1 and will be obtained.
Dude, I hope we keep getting new dragons
campaign
to ride.
quests. There's going to be a ton of customizations and exciting things to do with this brand new fifth Drake. As mentioned, it was Datamine back in beta, but no doubt there's going to be some new updates to this Drake as well going into 10.1. Excited to see how that operates in regards to a dragon riding setting. Also, of course, with the brand new zone Zeralak Cavern, we're going to get new glyphs to find for your dragon riding, which also equates to 2 new passive abilities. So, the first ability is called Ground Skimming. This offers recharge vigor at any speed while keeping close to the ground, and Land's Blessing, which improves the ground skimming recharge rate of vigor. So,
oh shit, dude, this is huge for professions. If you're now into professions, all you do is stay close to the ground. It doesn't matter how fast you're moving, you're getting vigor. So that if you do have to cross over vast distances, it should no longer be a problem. It doesn't do much for those of us that use dragon riding as a hobby, but for anyone that uses it to actually collect and to mine and to herb, this is absolutely phenomenal. So gatherers, rejoice.
Two new passive abilities coming in 10.1. Basically just increase vigor when you're closer to the ground, so that's very exciting. That should work quite nicely.
Obviously,
with
also
the
going to
way
work
that the
very
Zeralak
nicely
Cavern
in the
has been
cavern.
designed. So looking
Because
forward to seeing
obviously
that.
you don't have
and of
in
course
the
there'll
sky.
be new races in the Zeralak Cavern for you to complete, presumably in normal, advanced, and of course reverse.
Yeah.
As for new questing content in 10.1, we are obviously going to get a campaign quest with the Zeralak Cavern, which is very exciting. Not sure how many chapters or whatever that's going to be, but yeah, we're definitely going to get a kind of campaign quest for 10.1.
It does look
but on
incredible.
top of that, we're also going to get some brand new quests on the above ground Dragon Isles. These new campaign quests will follow previous stories for the Blue Dragonfly and the reformation of Tyr. So,
Bro! Alright, I'll just throw this out there. This may actually be the first time that Blizzard brings out a new area, right, with its own story, and doesn't forget that, oh, we have an old area as well that would need to stay alive. Yeah, the WoW team is absolutely crushing it in terms of keeping the old world alive. And it's not the old world, it's a very new world, but still, right? Bringing things to the above world, keeping those stories alive, keeping those stories going, adding more and more. I'm very excited, especially with the reformation of Tyr, because there's a lot of secrets that Tyr holds that we need. So even if we just bring him back so that we can torture him and get answers, I'd be okay with that.
continuing the campaign quests that we had previously in patch 10.0. So that's all the kind of gameplay content for 10.1. However, there is some system updates, and the biggest one of all, I hope you're sitting down, cross-faction guilds are coming in patch 10.1. Yes, cross-faction guilds, it's happening. 10.1.
All right, boys. This is proof, if proof was ever needed, that the factions are dead. Right? There is no more factions. Factions no longer exist. It's clear that Blizzard have moved away from it, and this is not really a bad thing. I think the players in World of Warcraft, the majority at least, have lost any sort of semblance of what factions used to mean. The only people that's still holding on to it are the old fucks like myself that, you know, obviously remember a time where the Horde and the Alliance wasn't friends, and we remembered why we hated the Alliance so much. But for most new players, it's clear that factions don't matter. And I also think that there is a lot more opportunity to tell really cool stories with a zero faction game. So when factions are no longer a problem, it allows you to now create massive enemies that isn't sort of playing into the factions. But more importantly, now when you do, let's say, for example, you do want to create a massive storyline in the Alliance, you're not automatically excluding the Horde from that storyline, right? Because, well, there really is no more faction. So you can create massive storylines, say, for example, with Anduin and Terralion, and Orcs will be partaking in that storyline because there is no more real factions in World of Warcraft. So I do think that this really brings you to... It just opens so many more avenues for you to tell good stories through. So, yeah, a good change overall. I'm still going to be the old grumpy guy that goes, but, you know, back in my day, we would never have worked with the Alliance, but you guys can do what you do with old people. Just roll your eyes and, you know, YOLO it, as the young people say.
will introduce Horde and Alliance cross-faction guilds. Again, not too sure of the kind of details of this and how it's going to work with certain things, but yes, this is coming in patch 10.1. Also, of course, we'll get class balance and tuning, so there'll be some changes to classes. It also says here that there'll be heads-up display and user interface changes coming, so again, that's something we'll see once the PTR does launch. And kind of a final minor update here, heirloom armor will be upgraded up to level 70 as of patch 10.1. So yeah,
wow.
That's all the details we have so far of patch 10.1. Let me know down below what you think. Let me know what you think of all of this stuff. It's very exciting. Again, this is all we know so far before the PTR comes up. Once the PTR comes up, all hell breaks loose, and we are going to be doing a ton of content here on the channel. So yeah, very exciting times. Once again, thank you very much to Blizzard for this kind of exclusive look at 10.1. Very, very thankful for that, and I do not take it for granted. So yeah. So if you enjoyed this video, please do leave a like and subscribe to the channel. That'd be very much appreciated. If you'd like to support me outside of YouTube, I have a Patreon and I am over on Twitter at MrGMYT. I also have a Discord channel as well, and as mentioned, I am streaming on twitch.tv/MrGM. You're going to see me streaming Dragonflight PTR, 10.1 PTR, any sort of World of Warcraft content. We are over on twitch.tv/MrGM every single day. And with that, guys, I'll see you next time.
This is a really good video. I'll give this a like. Why not? Interesting they went this way, with content creators showing off 10.1 instead of the dev roundtable. I like it. Yeah, I think content creators does a much better job, because I'm obviously friends with Mr. GM, and most of you watch Mr. GM most likely, and there's a much more sort of personal connection, when your favorite content creator, or when a content creator is giving you sort of insights into the next patch, versus a developer roundtable that is so clearly scripted that no one cares, and it just feels fake. So I do think this. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if you guys saw, but over on Twitter, not very long ago, Blizzard actually started this highlighting WoW content creators, and I think that is overall a really good thing, right? Blizzard sort of embracing their content creators and saying, hey, we know that you make videos for us, so we want to say thank you. And, we also, we want to put you front and center because we need you as much as you need us. So, yeah, I kind of like this. Definitely a fan of it. How do we know this is not scripted? Okay, so I know that Mr. GM doesn't script because I've actually spoken to him before. He really doesn't script. He's very much like me there. Just sit down and talk. He probably has like a list of things that he want to talk about. But I know he doesn't script. We've had this discussion in the past. Yeah, I'm not going to watch every single person's video on this. I'm sure that many people will have videos on this. Just quickly want to see Ballilar. Because I know, is Ballilar also doing an interview? Or is Ballilar not doing an interview? Do we know? From concept to final design. I don't think Ballilar is doing an interview. Roundtable is scripted in Echo because you can fucking see it, King Julian. Are you high? Yeah, he does have a video on it, which is fine. I know Mr. GM will be doing, he's gonna have an actual video, with his interview. So that's sort of the only thing that I'm waiting for now. Soul has an interview as well. Great to stop by. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Hector Hal, take care of yourself, bro. I'm reacting to Preacher's videos so far of 10.0. I haven't seen any other videos. Mr. GM had a video as well. They're all going to say the exact same things. There's no point in reacting to all of them. I can't see how any content creator, because they all saw the exact same preview. So you're just basically choose your favorite content creator and react to their video effectively. I don't think Blizzard likes Ballilar very much. I highly doubt that that's really a problem. Deadman prop. I don't think there's any dislike from Balila or from Blizzard. I doubt it. Also, even if you did want to dislike Balila as Blizzard, he's one of your largest content creators. Can you really afford to not reach out to him? I would argue probably not. But all right, let's go through this since we have time now. Let's look into this. So this is the Embers of Neltharion concept art for Dragonflight patch 10.0. And I do have to say, I think this place looks incredible. I mean, it really does, doesn't it? It gives you that cavern vibe, but also very magical, very primordial, different biomes. And it just makes you wonder how much story is there actually going to be in this patch? What's the story gonna be? I'm very excited for the new mole people. They look cute. I don't know why, but they look cute. Obviously the nose. I love the way that this was drawn to sort of highlight the fact that they have an incredible sense of smell, big nose, small eyes. Obviously, it's not gonna take long for people to start calling for this to be a playable race. I don't know how I would feel about that. That would just make WoW weird, I think. Zaralak Cavern creature concept. So we have the acid poison creatures, we have flame creatures, and we have crystal creatures. Very closely tied to the elementals, the elemental magics. What you would expect from underground creatures. Lava Hydra boss concept. Oh. Now. Can you imagine fighting this in a raid? I mean, we've done Hydras before. Helia, for example, had one. And it was pretty cool fighting a Hydra in raid. So, definitely would not mind. And yeah, imagine if you could make this a mount. So, imagine if this boss also dropped a Hydra mount. That could be really cool as well. Elementium Dragon. I wonder... I wonder what Adamantia's link to these elemental dragons would be. If there would even be a link. Because remember, we're getting Adamantia in 10.0.7. And she was alive and working with Neltharion in this place. She's been there, right? So I wonder what that relation is. Because the Elementian Dragon is a prototype for Deathwing, there was an opportunity to give in this this backstory of being a subject of experimentation. Shadow Flame is used to reanimate this black dragon, so underneath the bones and flesh is that Shadow Flame energy that's holding the body together. The main area of the FX is clustered around the wings and chest for some opportunities to spew out Shadow Flame during the fight. The armor is designed to be able to break off in sections for the fight, so they were mainly grouped in sections. The armor is meant to feel like its prison, and as we break down its armor in the stages of the fight, it reveals more of the tragic nature of the dragon. There was also a funny balancing act of making the armor feel like Deathwing, although probably not as powerful feeling as Deathwing, but still cool and iconic in its own right. So Deathwing probably here... We were told that Deathwing, his hatred started to burn so sort of fiercely that it started to pierce his own skin. This is why Deathwing ultimately started falling apart, and, you know, he needed this armor sort of carved into him almost in order to keep his body from just completely coming undone. Most likely sort of a gift from the old gods, if you will. But this dragon requires the same thing. And here, this dragon was infused with Shadow Flame. The experimentation makes me wonder if the true story of why Deathwing's body was sort of falling apart is the true story that we have right now. Is there a chance that the reason for Deathwing's unbecoming, so to speak, is actually due to the infusion of magics that would normally not be present within the Aspect Dragons? And this is why he ran these experiments, because he wanted to infuse himself with powers. But before he could do that, he needed to know whether or not there would be a way to sort of contain those powers within himself. So hear me out. The plating actually held Deathwing together and abated the void corruption. It wasn't until we took the plating off that he fully transformed. Well, yeah, I agree with that. The question, however, is whether or not that is the full story, Apocalypse. What do you guys think of this armor? Because I like it. I'm not... I like this, actually. It looks badass and gives you very much sort of dragony vibes, right? Which I kind of enjoy. I'm not a huge fan of the cloth in this one. Not a crazy fan of the cloth. I guess just because it doesn't look like Warlock armor to me. So, yeah. Some weapons. Ooh. Would you look at this? Now, this is some cool-ass fucking weapons. These weapon concepts work in tandem with the awesome dragon-infused armor designs that Paul Lamb created for the Black Dragon outdoor theme. I also drew much inspiration from the bold shape language of Ashkandi and Krulsharok from the Blackwing Lair raid. Developing ideas for this theme was a great opportunity to combine classic sensibilities with a flash of contemporary flair, sharp and dangerous. Yeah, it looks fucking cool. Iberus main concept. Okay, very chainy. Wonder why all these chains. Obviously to signify locked up things. Experiments and jars with different experiments inside of it. Is there going to be a way for us to learn about some of these experiments? Maybe even just a plaque that sort of on every single one of these jars, so we could click on it and sort of see that would be really cool. The scale is ginormous, and it doesn't look like it has to be that big. So you have what seems to be a small dragon in the first one, like in that first tube. Then a fully formed dragon in the next tube. And what looks like almost a Drakthir in the third tube. Very interesting concept. There are some early explorations of what some of the larger test tube props could look like. The idea was that these were the result of failed experiments to create the Drakthir. We wanted to push the more macabre side of that process to make it feel a bit scarier, hence the creepy malformed beings inside test tubes. Ooh. This is gonna be cool. Okay, I am thoroughly excited for 10.1. Even if just for the concept art and just the look of this, I think it's going to be really awesome. If they didn't bang the fuck out of it, I bet it really would have died even faster. Knew this was their dying gasp back. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like they're putting in a hell of a lot of work in this. But we have another interview over here. Yeah, we have an interview. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves an interview with Steve Denuser and Morgan Day. Now, I can't imagine two weirder people to have in an interview, because Steve Denuser is the story guy, and obviously Morgan Day isn't the story guy. So, kind of interesting, but let's see. So, Greg from Shack News, since the release of Dragonflight, you've given players a lot of different ways to experience the world, get gear, explore, and level up. What's it been like to, and what have you learned since the release that you're not implemented into patch 10.1? Okay. Morgan says, there was a tremendous amount of effort that the team put into Dragonflight. There's been so much positive feedback around all the different features, from the talent revamp to the profession revamp. Dragon riding has been an absolutely incredible addition to World of Warcraft. Agree. That's something we've seen a lot of amazing player feedback from. That's a lot of things that we're looking to continue to update and expand upon in the Embers of Neltharion update. I can't talk about Dragon riding for a minute because I love it so much. I can talk about Dragon riding for a minute because I love it so much. I'm right there with him. Greatest addition to World of Warcraft ever. That's an area where we've had tons of positive feedback and are actually continuing to improve upon that in the Embers of Neltharion, where we're adding new dragon riding glyphs, and those glyphs are sprinkled throughout the Zaralak Cavern, as well as new races and new traits that you can use your glyphs to learn. There's a tremendous amount of effort that the team put into it, really just wanting to build upon that foundation that the team created with Dragonflight to launch. Steve, players have really responded to a lot of the characters in Dragonflight as well, both the major ones like the Aspects, Selexstrasza, and the others, as well as some of the smaller characters that tell more personal stories, and so you'll see that continuing in Embers of Neltharion as well. You'll get some of those smaller, quieter story moments combined with big, boisterous battles, and that is the hallmark of Warcraft. I will say those smaller, quieter stories, they sort of went missing for a while, and I'm glad that they're back. And immediately, when I say that, chat, what are you instantly thinking about when I say, what is an example of a smaller, quieter story moment in World of Warcraft for you? What would be an example of that? Instant thought. The dwarf dragon, just telling you a story. And I really hope that there's more of those little stories that just, it's just a story. And it's not from a major character. It's from a minor character that gives you a little bit more insights into the game. So I'm really looking forward to that. Michael from Dot Esports. In terms of dungeons that are selected from season to season, do you try to tie in those into what is happening in the Dragonflight story? Morgan, definitely not a coincidence. There are 4 dungeons that are just the remaining Dragonflight dungeons that were not in Season 1 Mythic Plus. Naltheris, Uldaman, Halls of Infusion, and Bracknide Hollow. That's 4 of the dungeons, and the other 4 are Underrot, Freehold, Neltharion's Lair, and Vortex Pinnacle. In terms of how that pool is chosen, it's a smattering of ideas and philosophies there. Neltharion's Lair, like you pointed out, there's definitely not a coincidence. Embers of Neltharion, we have a dungeon from Legion called Neltharion's Lair. It also has Drogbar in it, and they're making an appearance again in the Zaralak Cavern, so that one felt like a slam dunk. Also, Vortex Pinnacle also feels like it has some story beats and implications to follow up on there. But there are also some that are fan favorites. Freehold was one that we felt the player base, every time those community threads pop up around what dungeons do you want to see in Season 2, Freehold is mentioned in every one of those threads when they pop up. So being a fan favorite had to be included. Underrot, interestingly, we look at the Mythic Plus dungeon pool as a cohesive experience. The way we look at a raid as one cohesive experience, and we want to make sure that we have coverage in terms of what kinds of damage profiles are we asking you to do, what kind of utility are we asking you to use, and felt like Underrot has a lot of fun core WoW gameplay mechanics with interesting dispel profiles. So it really just helps to round out that seasonal package of what we had available for the players, trying to create the most varied experience possible while also looking for opportunities for story and narrative hits. Yeah, Underrot was definitely not fun, but I think I understand why they're doing this. Steve, narrative is one consideration, but it doesn't mean that all of these things are tied super tightly to the core story that's going on. Some of them can be thematic hits, and some of them are in there for other reasons, like Morgan said. So it's really a combination of what we're looking at, what dungeon to pick. Jess from Windows Central. Are there any thoughts on tweaking affixes in Season 2, especially with less popular affixes? For example, in our guild, whenever it's Tyrannical Week, people groan and are not super happy about it. Morgan. Tons of conversations around affixes. I actually love Tyrannical. Maybe I'm the weird one, but I love Tyrannical. That's the week where we really get to feel like there's progression and we really feel like we learn the ins and outs of all these boss mechanics. So I personally love Tyrannical. I get to spend some time on the bosses instead of spending time on the trash. In terms of the philosophy of affixes in particular for Season 2, we've definitely taken a big step back there and are looking at it holistically. One major change we're making is we're actually just not going to have a level 10. That is to say, the seasonal affix like Thundering. There won't be a replacement for Thundering, and Thundering is being retired. So at level 10, the scaling will continue to kick in, but there's no new affix there. Seasonal affixes were created as an idea, I want to say, back in Battle for Azeroth, where we had the same dungeon pool. We would add 1 or 2 dungeons here and there, but you could be playing the same dungeons for many, many seasons. And we really added those seasonal affixes to try to solve the problem of it feeling like dungeons were solved, like there was a specific route. There was a specific way everyone approached the dungeon. Seasonal affixes were there to mix that up and change the way you approach the dungeon. I don't feel like the affixes really did that. Am I just completely bonkers here and just completely wrong? But I don't feel like the affixes actually changed the way in which people approach the dungeons. I feel like it just made the dungeons a lot more tedious. Not all of them. Some of them obviously had some sort of impact on how you would play. But for the most part, a lot of them would just make it feel more tedious. You're now just tediously going through a lot more, like, effort to do the same fucking dungeon. It doesn't really change the playstyle much other than just, oh, never mind, you know? Going to Dragonflight, we were like, well, we don't need to solve that problem anymore, but maybe there's a way to add some amount of gameplay that feels like more like a persistent element of the dungeon. But ultimately, we've heard a lot of feedback around complexity, like how much stuff do I have to know to do and what's going on, and how many wrenches are you going to throw at me? Not even just dodgeballs, but wrenches we're throwing at you that you have to dodge. Definitely taking a really close look at that with Season 2, so not doing the level 10 affix. Then we're really taking a closer look at the level 7 bucket and how much opportunity is there for counterplay. How much of that is making your healer's life harder versus how much of that is there an opportunity where if I play really well, I can negate this affix and use my utility really well, or whatever it may be. So we're definitely taking a look at the whole level 7 bucket, so really more along the lines of an affix refresh for that bucket, as well as no level 10 affix. On top of that, trust us, we've heard the feedback around, hey, when Season 2 rolls round, if you've done Brackenhide on Mythic 0 the first week, it was pretty hard. So definitely taking a close look at individual dungeons and probably cutting some things that are existing today in Mythic 0 and really asking, once affixes are in the mix, do you really need this build to have 3 creatures that all need to have a kick rotation or something like that? Very, very much we have been discussing that. All right. Wait, did the stream die? Alright, so here we go. Robin from MMORPG. Cross-faction guilds seem to be indicating as coming in patch 10.9. Is that real? That is real. That will be on the PTR. The PTR is coming later this week, I believe, and that will be available day 1 on the PTR. We are quite excited about that, and that's just aligned with some of the philosophies that we've been discussing about cross-faction. We open up cross-faction parties. My raid group is a cross-faction raid group, and you know that conversation of, gosh, it would be neat to have people in my guild, and we are trying to be really considerate with those changes, and you know, watching where we step as we make changes there, because we recognize the impact that has on not just our community, but the game itself. Factions, Alliance, and Horde are a huge part of World of Warcraft. Even if I can play with people on the other faction, the tremendous weight that they have, even in the story, or especially in the story, is something that will never go away in World of Warcraft. I don't understand this insistence on holding on to the factions, even though at this point, bro, you have cross-faction guilds. can you still realistically have factions? When players are now in the same guilds with each other, do factions still actually make sense? In my opinion, no. It really doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's fine if it's an ideological decision, but ideological decisions still have to make sense in the real world. And if you're gonna have orcs and humans play in the same guild, they can't really be in different factions, unless those factions are purely cosmetic. Like, what kind of big story moment are you gonna actually tell here? You know, let's say the Horde and the Alliance declare war on one another again. What happens to those guilds? You now just have Alliance players that happen to fight alongside Horde players, even though they're technically at war with one another. So you can't ever really have that again, right? That is over. All right, so Amy at Blizzard Watch. The new Zaralak Caverns zones have a bunch of features like snail riding, 3 biomes, and more activity with the Niffin. What was the process of deciding on that new zone, the features, and the gameplay? We do try to, when we're looking at our updates that we're planning to make to the game, we do try to put things together that feels like they complement one another. The features and the story are all accentuating the themes that we have through all of it. When we knew that we were pursuing Neltharion secrets in this underground space, we talked about the kinds of denizens we would run into, the kinds of things that we would want to offer players so that they could do, and obviously we knew things that is such a popular feature for the outdoor spaces, and we thought, what could we do with that in an underground space that puts a different spin on it, but yet gives you that safe feeling of freedom? We designed the zone in a way to feel very grand and have lots of openings, but also places that you can swoop in and run some tight corners and get low to the ground. And that became a way to inform the addition to Dragon Riding, where the new ability that you can earn is that you can pick up your resource when you're near the ground. So it all ties together in that way. The storyline and the characters that are all involved, all those choices go into putting together this update that feels like it's telling this cohesive experience. Those are some of the things that we do when we're talking about the different options that we have. How do we condense that coolness down into something that is very thematic as a whole and tells this great story in this awesome space that our artists have given us to plan? And then Morgan says, for those crafty players who look at data mining and stuff, they may have seen hints of an underground zone in some of our earlier betas. As Steve said, this was very much in the plan from the beginning. This is the direction that we really felt the story has been taking us this whole time, and getting the Embers of Neltharion into the player's hands, they can kind of see the progression of things like the Incarnates and their release in the vaults of the Incarnates. And how this is going to impact us and where their stories are going to take us is a huge part of this update. One thing that we haven't even spoken about yet. Iridikron is protected by the earth because he is the elemental incarnate of earth. We are now underground, so there's a very good chance that Iridikron is close by, or at least seemingly going to make an appearance in this specific expansion. So Elizabeth says, can you tell us about the revival catalyst in 10.1? It will still be there, although we have had a lot of conversation around player expectations around their set bonuses. Once upon a time back in Legion, when you had sets, they were looked at as more aspirational, like it was a goal that would take a while to pursue and achieve. More and more, as we've seen with the community, especially with how transformative and impactful your sets can be, it started to feel less like a chase goal and more like something that I am more complete without this thing. I am more complete without this thing. There is kind of an expectation around it. So we are making some changes. Not exactly around the revival catalyst, but we've definitely discussed how are ways that we can add more determinism and more bad luck protection to people's acquisition of their set bonuses. I believe we might even have a blog coming out sometime in the next few days or later in the week that discusses this exact topic. So there's definitely been conversations around this, and we're always looking to evolve based on player feedback, and this is one of those areas that has been discussed a lot. Don't worry, was the force or pressure. They're different in my mind. The earth, I think the motion of it. You could if you separate the player from the faction war directly by, say, going back to neutral ground of order holes. It would be some work, but it should be possible. Yeah, but that would be a lot of work because you're not just talking about order holes, right? Which was very much based around your class. Now you're talking about classes from all over in a specific guild. So to make guilds a sort of neutral ground, I think would be very difficult. Nothing so far in this interview really blows me away. Thomas Hernandez from Blizz Planet, you mentioned a new Blue Dragonflight story quest. Can you talk about those? And will Rathian and Abyssian have their own story continuations? Okay, so Steve the Newser says, this is where we finally get to some interesting stuff. Embers of Neltharion, as the name implies, deals a lot with the legacy that Neltharion left behind on his path from the Earthwater, this noble protector of Dragonflight and of Azeroth as a whole, down to Deathwing. And this is a way that we can peek into that history and learn some of that progression. We've seen the end results of what he became, but this is a chance to tell that story, which plays out in a number of ways. Some of these are with the Drakthir, his creation, and Aberrus, the raid space that we will be adventuring in, the place where the Drakthir were first created. We get to delve into that history and see it come to life in one of the encounters, and that's really cool. Besides the Drakthir and the legacy that they're chasing, we know that Sarkareth, the leader of the Sundered Flame, a breakaway group of Drakthir, has become a force of antagonism. We're telling their story, and how he is chasing that kind of power that he feels Neltharion owes to him. And on the other side of that coin is Emberthal, one of the noble Drakthir who lost the one that she led. Now she's looking for a purpose and helping her people find their fate, and all of that is intertwined with this destiny that Neltharion once had for them. In addition to that, we have the Black Dragonflight, which, as you pointed out, has been looking for leadership. You have both Rathian and Sibelian, who have made their cases for why they should be leaders, and players got to pick sides there and unlock some cool rewards in the process of helping them. But as you go into our 10.0.7 update, for example, you will see that the other Black Dragon, Abyssian, develops a close bond with Emberthal and helps her in this quest to find their future. All these stories are really intertwined in the underground. Oh, shit! We have Abyssian now also becoming a factor within this story. Boys, we have a three-way tie for leadership of the Black Dragonflight. This is going to be a menage a trois. Not to be missed, to be fair. And then in contrast to that, we have the Blue Dragonflight story that takes place in other parts of the Dragon Isles. That's a chance to pick up from where we left off in the Dragonflight chapters. We saw that Kalecgos was attempting to get his flight back together, but he's only been able to pull a few pieces in. He felt like he still had a lot of work to do to make their flight feel more like it once did under Malygos long ago. So we'll get to adventure with Kalecgos and Sindragosa and delve into the past of the Blue Dragonflight, as well as set a course for its future. That's a really cool storyline that lets us get out to other places and do some adventuring and meet other characters, some of which you'll be familiar with. It was really cool to tell both these storylines within this Ember of Neltharion update. So I think that could be really cool. Since the players have been yapping about him, maybe during the history of the cow story. Since when did Abyssian get interested? Well, he's not interested yet, Mike, but he is now helping the Drakthir find their place in Azeroth, and that might actually lead him to become a sort of de facto leader. Jeremy from Wowhead, the raid will be simultaneously released again. You did that for the first time in Season 1. Did you like it so much that you decided to do it again, or was there a different reasoning for it? When we were talking about Dragonflight release, a lot of our conversations about the simultaneous release was about proximity to the holiday and our abilities to support the raid launch. Ultimately, after we saw how that played out, we had a lot of discussions about it. What were the cons? What were the pros? What were the cons? And what do we like and dislike? And we really felt like for the broader audience, it was such a great experience to not have to that frankly awkward week where the raids are open but Mythic isn't open. So then if you're a Mythic Plus player, what level do I need to run? There's an awkwardness that would happen when we had the season launch, but not really launch. So having that alignment around the season launching felt like a great experience for the broadest audience. Yeah, I think I agree with that, right? Ultimately, it's never made sense to me why there's always been like this week break between normal, heroic, and mythic. So yeah, I think it's fine. Michael from MMO Champion, could you talk a little bit more about the UI updates that are coming in 10.1 and what player feedback has been like so far in Dragonflight? Embers of Northern is definitely going to have some major UI updates and improvements. This is aligned with the journey that we said we were going to embark on with our UI updates. Where Dragonflight was just the beginning, there's so much stuff in the WoW UI that we really wanted to take another look at and really refresh. Some of the areas that you'll see improvements on possibly in the PTR later in the week, things like group management, raid frames, quest tracking, and how quests are displayed in the game. There are a lot of improvements to edit mode, which we know players have really enjoyed, but you know, very often we'll see feedback like, I wish I could do this thing in edit mode. So a lot of that feedback about edit mode that has been incorporated, like an edit mode plus. I believe there are also updates to the personal resource bars. I don't remember which ones off the top of my head, but we have updated some of the personal resource bars to be higher fidelity and really add some more polish to what some of those things are, like the Warlock one has had a ton of iterations done to it. Just take an opportunity to look at some of those other bars and add an extra bit of polish. Very much a continuation of the initial goal that we set for Dragonflight, and we're excited to get additional feedback on those new improvements. I will say I'm still using Alv UI. I have not used the baseline UI for World of Warcraft, just because Alv UI solves most of my issues. And there is still a lot of work with the baseline UI. I don't know if I'm going to go through this whole interview. This does not seem super fun. With the first patch, the outdoor world systems all seem to tie in really nicely and intentionally to Season 1. Is that as intentional as it seems? The outdoor world systems all seem to tie in. Landmass that's separate from the main Dragon Isles. How will you keep that sense of cohesion? To answer the first part of your question, yes, that was absolutely intentional to make the open world feel more like a living, breathing world. Lots of opportunities to do in some public events, like fishing for people to engage with. And when we were talking about the Embers of Northern and Zaralak Cavern, something that we discussed early on was, what is the experience like once the cavern is available? What percentage of my time should I expect to spend there? And based on a lot of player feedback that we heard, we really felt like we wanted to make sure that you still want to be in some of these zones that we launched Dragonflight with. They're so epic, they're so beautiful. True. We like that there's still more content that we could be adding to that space so players feel like they can spend time there as well. Off the top of my head, we're definitely going to be updating a lot of those public events as we don't want to leave those behind. We heard a lot of feedback from players about how enjoyable those are, and it would be sad if they weren't able to engage with them when the first big zone came out. Dude, the fact that Blizzard keeps thinking about the old zones, so good for the future of World of Warcraft. As Steve mentioned, one of those stories we're going to delve into is Zara Cavern, is what happens with the Incarnates. Varric plunges into the caverns and finds essentially this molten lava pit to bathe in and become more and more empowered. And then he kind of flies out there and starts to wreak havoc on the world. And there are these Varric assaults that will take place in existing Dragon Isle zones, kind of similar to what you might have seen with some of the Covenant assaults. So those will be existing in the zones, as well as adding new content to Zaralak Caverns that are more aligned with some of those public events. Okay. Greg from Shack News. One of the things that the community has been really asking about was they want their mounts to have dragon riding capabilities. Can you give some insights into the difficulties of this process? Normal mounts being dragon rideable. Let's see. We've heard that feedback loud and clear. We think it's a great idea as well. To your point, we're adding a new dragon riding mount. I forget the name of it, but it's like a long, slender mount. This will be introduced in the Zaralak Cavern, and there will be new customizations that you can earn through questing down there. We are adding to that library of dragon riding mounts that you can have more customization for. And in terms of applying dragon riding to pre-Dragonflight mounts, yeah, there are definitely challenges there. I would say first and foremost is just the animations required to make that work. Like the dragon riding rigs and models, there's a tremendous amount of time and effort to make that feel so visceral and awesome. There's a ton of effort that goes into making it feel as good as it is, and we want to make sure we're hitting that quality bar if we ever do that on existing mounts. So it's definitely something we've heard feedback on, and we've definitely asked that question ourselves, what are the challenges? But nothing to announce other than there is a cool new dragon riding mount, and we've definitely heard that feedback loud and clear. How would you guys feel? Do you want dragon riding on your normal mounts? You guys want that? All right. I can agree with that. Michael from Esports asks, there are a lot of cool items in WoW, especially in Season 1, like the Elemental Lariat and Nalthorax. There are also pretty epic and feel really sick when your character gets them. One of the main issues players encounter, though, is that items like those can become mandatory for certain specs pretty quickly. How do you balance really cool items that are fun and exciting with that feeling of making or breaking a spec? Itemization in particular is obviously something that our community talks about a lot, and we talk about a lot. Balance is something holistically that is discussed a lot. I think when we talk about it internally, we try to distinguish between class balance, like how hard does my class hit, how do we tune these talents versus each other, and we're pretty proactive there. We have very frequent tuning updates when it comes to class balance. But when it comes to items and rewards, often if there's an item that stands out above the rest, that just becomes a goal for you. That's just something that you're excited. That's just something that you're excited to get and chase. So we try to be really careful about, especially post-launch, messing with the tuning there, but we definitely have conversations around that. And in terms of acquisition, that's one of the things I'm actually really excited for, to see how Dragonflight Season 2 plays out. We have a whole new pool of dungeons. There are all kinds of fun Mythic Plus trinkets that people love, and while in previous seasons you would essentially have to reacquire that same trinket season over season over season, there's an entirely new landscape of itemization for players to explore and discover, new items to chase rather than just knowing, okay, I'll get the puzzle box again this season. So that's something that we're really excited to see how that plays out, and is absolutely something that we discussed a lot. I didn't even think of this. The new dungeon rotation basically now breaks everyone's spec, and you have to re-itemize your entire spec with items that will not be available for you. Because remember, if there is a trinket that drops in, say, one of the dungeons that was just part of the Mythic Plus rotation, that trinket is not going to drop at a very high level for you in this rotation in Season 2. So you're going to have to figure out what new trinkets actually will I go for now to make my character very powerful. So I think that's good. I'd rather get new items instead of getting the same item for 2 years. D-Wolf, I agree with you there. I think this is good. Mr. Nemuria, obviously, I'm talking to Mythic Plus players here, not to Raiders. If you're a Raider, you're probably not using Mythic Plus trinket, unless it's like a completely broken one. You did mention the Lariat, so professions are getting a major update with Embers of Neltharion. There will be the ability to upgrade and bring a lot of those crafted items with you, as well as new recipes that are available. But you would of course have to earn the ability to upgrade the item level across some of those older items. They're not going to automatically upgrade. That's definitely something that we have discussed quite a bit. Nice change for professions. Actually, this is not completely related, but I think it's really cool, so I'm going to talk about it anyway. There's a new item upgrade revamp coming with the Embers of Neltharion. One of the things we identified with Dragonflight was that we really like this idea of upgradable items and feeling like you can make progress, even if it's a couple of time levels at a time. You feel like you can earn some progression in your character and really work towards that end goal of yours. And what we found was there were a lot of different types of item upgrade systems. We have Valor, we have the ones in the outdoor world, we have Storm's Gear, and they all work in slightly different ways, and it felt like a lot of complexity and a lot of stuff the player had to wrap their head around that worked differently, even though they felt very similar with their end goal. So we're looking at introducing new currencies called Flight Stones, and then Shadowflame Crests, which is a currency that acts as your high watermark that will allow you to upgrade certain items to even higher tiers. That's a pretty exciting update that people will see. I don't know if it will be in the very first PTR build, but it will be pretty early because we've recognized that that's a big change and want to get that into players' hands as early as possible to get as much feedback as we can and allow time for iteration. Pretty decent. Jace from Windows Central. My question is about the lore and philosophy of the erosion of the faction war. It's really cool at the trading post to see Aethys finding an item to send to Jaina to repair the relationship after everything that's gone on over the years. Are you guys actively thinking about where PvP fits into the story post-faction war lore-wise? Here we go. We wouldn't have started undertaking any cross-faction grouping and systems without thinking through the lore implications and what it means to the world. Regardless of cross-faction guilds, we are still maintaining the identities of the Horde and the Alliance. Those are still organizations that exist in the world, and Stormwind and Orgrimmar will always be those bastions that represent those member races and feel like a home base for them. We don't want to lose that. The Horde and the Alliance have very different outlooks on life, which play out through the way they approach solving problems, and the kinds of characters you meet depending on which faction you're involved with. All of that stuff is important to maintain, and that is very fundamental to the DNA of the game. But at the same time, we're opening things up to allow the possibility for these cross-faction groups, and that's fundamental. Even going back to Warcraft 3, which was a story of cooperation in a lot of ways, of these two sides standing together against the threat of the Legion, we've seen that happen time and time again throughout World of Warcraft's history, where some threat has arisen to our world and we've had to set aside our differences and band together and face that. Those differences still existed and they came to a head in Battle for Azeroth, but in the aftermath, we have been able to tell stories of those forces coming together. In Dragonflight, there is so much content that is available to every player regardless of what faction they are, and we have things like conditional quest text in places that allow us to maintain some of that flavor, showing difference between the Horde and the Alliance, so we'll continue keeping that spirit. But in terms of the fiction of the world, it gives us a lot of opportunities in place to take the storyline that would be more limited if we had just a hard line of these two factions never being able to cooperate. Morgan can chime in on some of the PvP details of this. As I said already during the video for Mr. GM, I actually agree that this opens the door for a lot more potential storylines in World of Warcraft, or, you know, I think, at least in my opinion, I think it opens the door quite a bit. Like Steve was mentioning, that participation has been present for a long time. Okay, that's just for PvP. Obviously, PvP is still going to be a thing. And there's even ways for Blizzard to make PvP a thing, even if there were no factions, or even if the factions were just cosmetic. PvP could still be a thing in World of Warcraft. There are ways, war games. You just literally, instead of calling it a battleground where, you know, players do battle, it's a war ground, right? Or a war game where the players aren't actually killing each other. They're just sort of testing their mettle against one another. All right, so Robin from MMORPG. I know we've talked a lot about the Black Dragon storyline and hit on some of the Blue Dragonflight, but will we get a continuation of the story of the other Dragonflights? I really liked how Ysera and Marithra's storyline was handled. Is the Green Dragonflight just hanging out for the patch and 10.1 patch cycle? One of the things that we're doing with the story is we do have a lot of Dragonflight. There's the 5 main flights and then some adjacent flights that have cropped up over the years that weren't part of the aspects, but still represent different flights of dragons. The launch of Dragonflight is expansive enough to allow us to set up some of those pieces in motion, but with our updates, we like to make them a bit more focused and tell a smaller number of stories in a deeper way. We certainly haven't forgotten about those flights. You will be seeing more about the Greens and the relationship between Marithra and Ysera. You'll see more about the Bronze coming up and all those kinds of things. But for Embers of Nartharian, it really was an opportunity to delve deep into the Black Dragonflight's legacy, resolve that, and also carry on with the stories we set up with the Blue Dragonflight. The other ones will get their time in the sun. Don't worry. Alright, it makes sense. If you were to tell every single one of the stories, every single patch, you'd probably... you know, we'd have to wait years between patches, so that kind of makes sense. What are you both most excited about in Embers of Nartharian? What do you want players to perhaps take a step back and smell the roses and appreciate? Steve Denuser, being a story person, I can't help but be excited about being able to delve into kind of one of the biggest looming characters in all of Warcraft history, that of Neltharion to Deathwing. We have seen the effect he had on the world during Cataclysm, and this is a chance to go back and revisit that pathway that took him from being that noble Earthwarder to the breaker of the world. That's a really cool story that we haven't had a chance to tell before, to this level of detail, and to be able to do it through the eyes of characters we care about, like Rathian, a fan favorite character that has his own aspirations for what the future of his flight could be. Also, the fact that we were able to bring Sibelian back from Outland and really delve into him, what a tremendous character he has been. Then pull Abyssian from Highmount and have him in the mix as well. It's been a great joy to delve into these characters, and I think this update really encompasses that sort of callback to some old favorite dungeons and raids like Blackwing Lair and Blackwing Descent and all that stuff, but see it through fresh eyes. That's all really exciting for me. Morgan Day, that definitely dovetails into my answer. I'm very much not so good at stopping and smelling the roses. So I always like to do PvE content like Raids, Dungeons, Mythic Plus. For me, really, what Steve was just touching on, I think it's going to be so exciting to see Aberrus Laboratory, where this is the blueprint of what we saw with Blackwing Lair. I'm not going to go through all of that. I'm wondering if you can tell me a little about flying in Zarlak Caverns. Will we need to re-earn it, or will we be able to fly right in? We know that we'll be able to fly right in, so I'm not going to read the answer there. For Morgan, what is the item level for the various content features in patch 10.1, such as World Quest, Dungeons, and Raids? Will there be a new catch-up gear system for alt characters? For Steve, is there any Nosdormu love in 10.1? Mine is quickly and sadly disappointing. I actually don't remember the item level. Someone asked me this last time, and I said I would go look it up, and I forgot to. I'm unfamiliar with what the item level increases are. I imagine they'll look similar to what we've seen in previous expansions. Alright, so that's fine. Steve Denuser, Nosdormu is certainly present, but this is a story that delves into the Black Dragonflight most prominently. Then there are the chapters that deal with the Blue Dragonflight. We want to parcel out those stories of a different flight. Okay, we've already heard him say that. Jeremy from Wowit, are you able to share anything more about the class changes coming in 10.1? Are there possible reworks or any big changes to talent trees, since Dragonflight was the return of talent trees themselves? Very soon, I'm sure people have seen in the 10.7 content update that dropping March 21st, there was a very significant revamp of the Retribution Paladin. That was an area that we had a lot of feedback around and wanted to make some changes to. That really does align with the philosophy that we wanted to communicate at Dragonflight launch. The talent system was about building a really strong foundation that we can continue to improve and invest in moving forward. There will absolutely be updates that will happen in 10.1 Embers of Northarion update, especially because, as we've discussed, there are levels of changes when it comes to classes that we feel are best made at a seasonal boundary. There's really a lot of integrity, and we try to uphold with our seasons like the PvP and Mythic Plus. We want to make sure that we're maintaining the integrity of that over the season. With Mythic Plus especially, if you made specific changes, it might be possible to completely upend what some of the leaderboards look like. So we try to be careful around that with smaller updates and seasonal boundaries. Okay, never mind. So there might be updates, but I don't think there's going to be any big revamp. Michael from MMO Champion, will we see any new character customizations added in this patch? I know that there are some hair colors and things like that coming in 10.0.7. It's for certain races like orcs and humans to get some new hair color that coincides with their heritage armor quest lines, but I'm not sure of any of the new customizations in Embers of Northarion specifically. I'll have to check on that specifically. Greg Burke from Shack News, Worgen Tales. We're all Worgen Tales. Steve, I don't know what you're talking about. Worgen and Tails make no sense to me. Dragon Tails? Their dogs give them tails. Alright. For those of you that care about customization, it doesn't seem like they have any specific plans yet. Side stories and time gating. It felt like over the course of Dragonflight so far, there's been a real emphasis on telling small stories throughout the patch. The number of side quests after the main story really built up the world and told more interesting side character stories, not necessarily the main characters. There was an emphasis on telling those stories across the patch, not just with the traditional time-gated quests, but more locked behind Renown. It felt quite natural that the story progressed over the course of the last several weeks. What's the plan with this going forward in 10.1? You mentioned several flights, but is that story going to progress naturally? What are you going to do with the time gating of things? When we tried something new with Renown, unlocking these different quest chapters, which we had done some of that in Shadowlands, but having the multiple paths of Renown in Dragonflight, it felt like it gave players a lot more agency in how they wanted to engage with those different groups and what those rewards were for doing so. And so we do have a new Renown track in Zaralak with the Niffin, who are the cute little mole people that you'll be able to meet. They're small but mighty and have adventurous spirits packed into those little bodies, the big giant snoz on there. They rely on their sense of smell much more than their sense of sight. There are lots of cute jokes about Sniffin and Niffin there. With the update though, we will have some content that unfolds on a weekly basis, because part of that is as the raid unlocks, you need to kind of time some content to contextualize the new raid. In those cases, it makes sense to have it more based on timing rather than something the player does. I think all those options are open to using going forward. We'll try to make those decisions that best fit the feel of an update, and what the right cadence is for a patch can be different than for an expansion. Cosmetic glyphs in patch 10.0. Why can't we have more cosmetic glyphs? I actually think we're adding one for Demon Hunters in Embers of Neltharion, where you actually throw your own weapon with a glaive throw instead of the greener looking glaive. Alright, that's something, right? Thrall and his involvement with the Dragonflights. Alright, Cataclysm had a lot of focus on the aspects as well, and Thrall had a major influence in that expansion. We haven't seen much of him in Dragonflight, and I wanted to know if there was a reason for that. As a follow-up to that, it is difficult to write from a narrative standpoint. Is it difficult to write from a narrative standpoint to write a story and not crunch on the Hall of Fame Uther Thrall Arthas when moving forward with story-driven content? What is he talking about? Arthas was crushed, like, completely. What? It's definitely a balance. We try to pull in recognizable characters as well as elevate some of the more B-level characters that you kind of know but want to learn more about, as well as introduce new characters. That's always a process. We certainly talked about Thrall and his place as the stand-in Earthwater during Cataclysm, but with all the other Black Dragonflight stuff, we didn't feel like we really needed to tell that story right now. We do recognize that we do want to get back to Thrall and better define his place in Orc society and the Horde going forward. Look for that coming down the line in the future. Alright, so for those Thrall lovers out there, Thrall might make a return. Can you tell us where he is right now as of 10.0.7? He will be involved in the Orc Heritage questline, so you'll get to spend some Thrall time there. Alright. They don't have to kill Thrall anymore, Mike. Remember, what's his name is back, right? Chris Mason is back, so Thrall doesn't have to die anymore. The voice of Thrall is now working for Blizzard again, so it's fine. With Wild Elements, look, they're gonna have to bring Thrall back, because once Thrall rediscovers his connection to the elements, Thrall is undoubtedly one of the most powerful Earth Shamans, or Shamans, on Azeroth, right? Questrod, by the way, tier 1 sub, really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, fam. So yeah, I would say Thrall has to be back in this expansion. I don't think you can tell a dragon story without Thrall being present there. Deadrek, how you doing, bro? Nightlight, how you doing? Give a shit about all characters because I'm a nerd anyway. I don't give a shit about all of the characters, but I do care about most of them. Alright, let's go to Mr. GM's channel. He has an interview that should have popped up already, but I haven't seen it, and I'm not seeing it right now. Is it on Wowhead maybe already? Not yet. Another Shadow Priest rework. Is it live on Twitch? He already showed him self-interviewing them in the video. So I don't think it's live. I think he's just showing it to his chat live. But I'm assuming it's already started, right? So we're going to have to wait for him to show it. We're going to have to wait for him to post it. Creativity down, but yeah, it goes and comes. Oh yeah, Nightlight. It'll come back to you. Don't worry about it. Definitely come back. All right, so for now we can just wait. I don't see any other interviews, at least not yet, posted. So, Rurikon, you fucking bastard. How you doing, fam? I see you've been enjoying Wild Hearts, and then Wolong is another game that you've been sort of crazy over. All the samurai killing shit games. Crimes in the Imperium. Wait, what? Shit. 5 darkest crimes the Imperium is guilty of. Okay, that sounds fucking good. Yeah, I have both of those games that I can play, Rurikon, but I don't even have it installed. Because both of those games are on the Xbox Game Pass. Cute chick with strap-on? What chick with strap-on? Where? Oh, this. I don't even know what this is. Let's see.
Lydia, my girlfriend promised me anal sex if I can make you laugh.
Huh?
Please don't laugh. Her strap-on is huge.
Oh, shit. So that's what that means. All right. Yep, okay. Actually violated. Yeah, she just fucked him. Like, almost literally. At least she's responsible for him getting fucked. What happened to our good Christian boy stream? It's still that. I don't know what a strap-on even is. Rukon, why are you tired though? Are you not sleeping well? Whoever comes and goes. What happened to our good Christian boy streams? Alright, I want to see... I really want to watch this video now. Because we're waiting for more WoW interviews to happen. You're sick. Dude, sorry to hear that. What's wrong? I was sick not too long ago, so I know the feels, and it fucking blows dick being sick. Alright, I want to ask chat this question. Everyone in chat. How are you guys feeling about 10.1? Like, initial thoughts. What do you think of 10.1? You quit WoW. Why, Rurikon? It's something. Gimme. Seems okay. The answer is pudding. Alright. I'm excited for 10.1. Very much because it's a continuation of what I consider to be a very successful Dragonflight launch. And it feels like they're building on that launch in a way that I'm trying to think how to express this. And Rukon, yeah, I'll join you in Discord in a second. It feels like it was a continuation of a very successful philosophy going into Dragonflight as a rule. So it just seems like this is more of the same that is good. But okay, let's hear Rurikon. Rurikon, how you doing, man?
Hey, dude, how you doing?
Not
My
bad.
voice is gonna sound messed up because I'm sick.
No, I can hear it. So you said you quit WoW.
Yeah, dude.
Why?
Wow, and we haven't done the podcast in a long time, and I gotta apologize to you, dude. I've been so insanely busy.
No
And,
apology needed, man.
I saw that at the start of the year you were having a lot of problems with electricity as well, and I was like, dude,
Yeah.
my schedule is like crazy, and Echo is having even more power problems than usual.
Yeah.
Like, this is gonna be a pain in the ass to set up.
True. No, I mean my electricity problems have finally sorted itself out.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
I saw that you had like a Twitter post. By the way, I can put my camera up if you want. I don't know if you want, care, whatever.
I wouldn't mind, although I don't have.
You don't have
a
to put
camera on
yours
it.
up. It's whatever. I'm just saying, like, because usually for the content, whatnot, if you want, that's fine. I can turn it on. It's not the best camera. Like, this is an old ass camera, but
Yeah, why are you using old ass camera though?
because the other camera is tied to OBS, and I have like two
Alright.
different cameras, one just for call and one for OBS.
Okay, that
I
makes
can
sense.
put some lights on though,
I'm
and that'll make it better.
I'm gonna try and sort this out. Hold up. Let me put you on the screen somewhere.
There, I'll even turn my lights on. Look at that.
This thing is so fucking weird. Alright, so that what the hell just happened there? Did my camera just turn off?
This is my stream now. This is
some
what I
reason
came here
it-
to do. I just came to
Why are
take
you
over
trying
Echo
to
on
use
stream.
my fucking... Okay, wait. I need to
I
figure
did-
out...
I didn't do anything. This
No,
wasn't
not
me.
you. I'm talking to Discord. Me and Discord is having a fucking conversation because it's being fucking stupid.
Relationship problems between you and Discord.
Very much so, bro. Like, very much so. All right.
Wait,
I
let me see if I can actually do
think I
this.
can
Let me
fix
see.
this by...
Oh, look at that. I can get you a good camera. Look at that. That's much better.
Okay, so
It
it
even has
still
a 60
removes...
FPS.
What the
I don't-
fuck?
I don't know why. Like, you don't have to give me a camera on
There we
Discord. Like,
go.
I'm fine. I can watch you on stream. I don't know.
No, I just want to put you up for the viewers so they actually see what the fuck's going on. But I needed to...
So let me tell you a trick. If in Discord, if you click my camera, it will increase the size, and that'll make it easier for you to crop the window. But now you probably don't want to do it.
There you go. It's sorted. You're on the screen. You're on the screen.
Yeah, but I saw that you had a Twitter post that you finally got like some kind of like a power thing. Do you have
Inverter and
solar? What's
battery.
going on?
Yeah, I've got an inverter and a battery. I still have to buy
Ah.
solar. But
Good stuff, dude. Though.
Yeah.
How much longer can you stay on now that you have
I
that?
basically, as long as we don't go over 4 hours of load shedding at a time, I'm fine. Right? I could probably
Oh my
push it
God.
to like 6 hours if I really like switch things off. I could probably go for like 6 hours.
That's friggin' sweet, dude. Congratulations. You're finally not a slave to the South African government.
Bro, it was a long time fucking coming. Like, it is a long time coming. So yeah, I'm very happy about that. And just on the whole, podcast thing, I know that you also told me in the DM that you've been super busy and stuff. I have shit tons of people, asking me about the Frozen Throne. So if you ever want to restart it, I'm game.
Yeah.
I'm always game. You know me. Especially
I'll let
since
you know.
it's all sorts
The
of
thing-
news and stuff, so it's cool.
The thing that happened is that I pretty much pulled out of that YouTube channel too. Like the YouTube channel where I was posting the podcast.
Yeah?
I stopped posting there and I stopped streaming on Twitch. The whole thing was taking way too much time away from me.
Yeah.
And I focused exclusively on the main channel. That's what I've been doing. It's been
And how's it been
wild.
going?
Fan friggin' tastic.
That's nice.
It's been
bro.
really good. So pretty much the main, because like I was playing around with the whole thing where like, oh, I want to see if I can make it in the MMO thing and all that stuff, and then
Yeah.
it was like, this isn't working. It's just straight up not working. I don't know why, and it's
Yeah.
whatever. I was just like, whatever. I'm just gonna do the things that I'm good at. I'm gonna do Monster Hunter. I'm gonna do Dark Souls. Do all those things,
Mhm.
and I just focused on that and just like haven't really touched anything else. Like I even
Yeah.
quit. Like you were saying, I quit World of Warcraft. I'll get into a little bit more details of why, but I also quit Savage Rating in Final Fantasy 14.
Shit. You actually enjoyed Savage Rating in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah. I feel like they pushed it way too far into the into hardcore. So like
Okay.
you have different levels of difficulties in 14, right? You have extreme, you have savage, and then you have ultimate.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like the the D-Gen no life, achievement, that's ultimate.
Yeah.
And I feel like what the team is doing right now is the last tier of the current raid, the last boss of the current raid tier.
Yeah.
Feels like it's bordering on ultimate. And I was just like, nah, dude, I'm done. It's like, look, I love this, but I spent God knows how many months doing 6 hours a week.
Yeah.
It's like, this is taking way too long. This is unreasonable.
Okay.
And at some point, our raid leader was like, oh, I can't do this anymore. I was like, okay, if we're going to be replacing him, then replace me too. It's like, 'cause
Shit.
I'm like,
So it
Sorry,
sort of
guys,
just
I'm
culminated
done.
into you're over this. Like, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's something that it happens. I think to almost all YouTubers, especially if like myself and you too, you try to do most things by yourself, right? So you don't get like a team of editors and writers and stuff, because that's the difference. If you look at Balila, for example, right? Balila has a writing team that writes for his main channel, but also for his subsequent channels. So basically all Balila does is sit down, read the script, and then it goes off to the editors, and that's it. So it's
I
not
mean, he
that
also
difficult.
developed a video game.
Yeah, but obviously that's sort of the YouTube thing really is to fuel the video game development, I feel. It's to make gaming. Ultimately, that's what he wants to do. And no hate to that, right? If you have the ability to get to that point where you have writers writing your content for you, but that does allow for you to venture into different areas of video design, right? So, for example, I would love to get into Warhammer. Like, I would love to start making videos about Warhammer, and I would love to start making videos about general gaming. The problem is that every video I want to make that is extra, I have to start thinking, okay, wait, so what am I taking away from WoW?
Exactly.
Right? Because I have to take something away from WoW. I can't do everything with WoW and then also everything with these other things. That's never going to happen because I don't have hours in the day for that. So I have to figure out, okay, what am I losing? And am I gaining something in return?
And that's what I was doing for like the last year, almost all year. I was taking stuff away from the main channel and like, let's do a Twitch stream. Let's do videos for this side channel and all of this, and putting all of my energy into that. And it was fun, but at the same time, fun is great, but it doesn't pay the bills. It's like, it's just that simple.
True.
I've put way too much of my time into having fun and not enough into paying the bills. And this year also, like I've had a situation with like, look, my wife has got like some really bad cell phone addiction. And so the last couple of weeks, like 2 weeks ago was my kids' vacation week.
Yeah.
And the school that my kids are in, they do like this thing where, hey, during vacation, if you want, we can like take care of your kids. Just bring them here and they'll be playing in school with friends. There's a couple of more kids here.
Yeah.
And my wife was just like, oh yeah, let's just do that. And I was like, the fuck do you mean? Our kids are, it's vacation from school and you want to put them in school again?
Dude, I would have been so pissed if I had
fuck is wrong
vacation and
with
then
you?
I have to go
Like,
back to
yeah,
fucking
exactly.
school.
I was just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you insane? So she was like, well, I have other things to do. And I was like, whatever. So I just had potentially the last 2 or 3 weeks have been the busiest weeks that I'm going to have of the year because, like you said, Wild Hearts came out. I had early access to Wild Hearts.
Yeah.
And Wolong came out. And I also had early access to Wolong.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, my kids were on vacation.
Shit. Yeah, so you were basically running around half the time with kids, half the time trying to make all the videos you have to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see how that could be a fucking nightmare to pull off.
Yeah. But yeah, so I quit the Final Fantasy thing because like I said, it was requiring too much effort and it was taking too much time away.
Yeah.
And World of Warcraft was more interesting though. The reason why I quit World of Warcraft was more interesting because every single time I've quit World of Warcraft since like Wrath of the Lich King is because the game's not good. Right? You're like, game's bad, I quit, fuck you. This time, no. This time is like, no, the game's fantastic. The game is great. You want to know what's bad?
What?
The community. The community is terrible.
Why?
And it's like, And I think that this is going to vary, obviously, different people, different experiences and all that.
Mhm.
But I was playing with friends,
Yeah.
and these friends were losing their collective shit over Mythic Plus. Like, they were actually getting fucking upset and triggered over somebody making a slight mistake. And I'm just like, this is the reason why I don't play with randoms. And I'm playing with you guys, and it's the same shit. It's like, fuck
Yeah.
that. I'm not dealing with it. Like, listen, we had one night we were doing Ruby, which one is Ruby Pools, I think it's called, whatever. Before
Yeah.
Ruby Pools was nerfed, there was some shit in there with Mythic Plus that was ridiculous, like particularly with the last boss and some of the pulls on like plus, I don't remember which, because this was very, very early on.
Yeah.
And I wasn't the one tanking because we had somebody who wanted to play Feral, but Feral DPS sucked. So it's like, okay, then just tank. And we were doing the dungeon,
hmm
and at the final boss, the tank was losing his fucking mind. He was just going ballistic. He was like, the fuck you guys doing? Spreading fire all over the fucking place. And the reasoning was because he wasn't positioning the boss properly. He wasn't placing the boss properly. So
bro. Of
so-
course, it's always the guy that's making the mistake that is the most toxic.
but he was stressing the fuck out. Like, he was just like losing his shit.
Oh, fucking bonkers, bro.
And so we're just trying to explain to him, like, hey, listen, okay,
Yeah.
listen, we need to work on this collectively. We need to figure out where you position the boss and where we can position ourselves. But he was like, no, you motherfuckers are just spreading fire all over the place. It's all your fault. Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, what is this, dude? It's like, I'm 40 years old, dude. Like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like, what is this? Like, I want to do these Mythic Plus. I want to chill. And it's like,
yeah.
I don't mind wiping. I don't mind wiping a million times. It makes no difference to me.
Yeah.
But like, when people start just losing their minds, I'm just like,
So-
oh my God. So we had that.
Yeah.
And that guy, by the way, after we completed that boss fight, he rage quit.
okay.
He was like, I'm done. I don't want to play any more than that. I was like, okay. Then there was another instance where I took a break for like 2 weeks because it was end of year and I was spending time with family and Christmas and all of that. So
Mhm.
I didn't play the game for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then I come back and I don't remember most of the mechanics because I'm like, I'm a little man. My memory sucks.
Yeah.
So I'm jumping in there, and my friends, there's one of the bosses in what's that blue dungeon, the Caligos dungeon.
oh,
whatever.
yeah.
There's a boss in there that places like marks on you, and then he drops ice.
Yes.
So I don't remember where you're supposed to drop it. So I'm just
Okay.
like running around, blah, 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 tanking boss. Ice comes, boom. I drop my thing like right in the middle of where you walk.
Of course.
And everybody's like, can't believe people still make this mistake of dropping shit in the middle. And when he says dropping shit in the middle, it can be interpreted in like 3 or 4 different ways in that particular encounter.
hmm
So I didn't understand who the fuck he was even directing that at. So next mechanic comes around again. I fucking do it again. It's like, just fucking raging out. And I was like, oh my God. Later in that same dungeon,
Yeah.
you know how I don't like add-ons. I've told you about not liking add-ons.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So my friends know that I don't like add-ons either. You know how there's the Thundering Affix? They made an add-on for that puts like signs on top of your heads so that you can instantly tell who's supposed to mix with who and all
Yeah.
that bullshit. Now, I was super slowed down and the boss was like cleaving and doing crazy shit, the last boss of that instance.
By the way, they've removed
So-
Thundering Affix from the game now.
Doesn't
Just FYI.
surprise me.
But yeah.
But so somebody was supposed to run to me because I was giga slowed down because I had to dodge a bunch of mechanics.
Yeah.
But one of my friends wasn't able to see that he was supposed to run to me.
Okay.
And we wipe. And when we wipe and he realizes that I had the debuff and he was supposed to have run to me, but he didn't see a mark on top of my head.
because you
for
don't
some
have the
reason.
add-on.
No, wait.
Okay.
Just wait. He
Okay.
didn't see the mark on top of my head for some reason.
Mhm.
And then he starts going like, this fucking guy doesn't want to install fucking add-ons. We could have cleared the boss if you just had the fucking add-ons. Blah, blah, blah. Like goes on a fucking massive rant over the fact that I didn't have the add-on. And I
Yeah.
let him just like pop off and I'm just sitting listening to just like fucking rant nonstop. And I was like, okay, you done? So you want me to show you the screenshot of my character screaming the symbol because I do have the stupid fucking useless worthless goddamn add-on installed. Do you want me to send you a screenshot? For some reason, his game didn't render the symbol, whatever the fuck, because World of Warcraft, when it comes to add-ons, is a glitchy, fucking buggy mess.
Yeah.
But after that, I basically turned to like one of my, the only friend that I had left that didn't feel like raging at every given occasion. And I was like, hey, dude, you know what? Here's $500,000 gold and goodbye. I never came back. It's like that. That was it. I gave my friend $500,000 gold, logged out, never logged back in again. It was like,
okay.
And the thing is, if this is my experience with friends, I don't even want to imagine what it's like.
Well, I can
to
tell
do this
you
with randoms.
No, I
dude.
can tell you what it's like to do with randoms. It's lovely, and I don't mean that sarcastically. So I form all my own Mythic Plus groups, and
You've been doing Mythic Plus? Now that is surprising.
Not high level. You know me. I'm a slacker as fuck, right? So I only do the ones that look fun. But I write in the description of what we're going to be doing 2 words. Be bad! Exclamation mark.
Okay.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Be bad! Exclamation mark. If someone signs up, I always take the lower of the 2 item levels. I never take the higher. And I never take anyone that is clearly outgearing the content. So when I'm doing a +3 or a +4, I did a +5, and I had a guy that signed up with like 405 item level, and I was like, nah, bro, you don't need shit from this. You're 405 item level, get the fuck out of here. So I basically took people that had like 360 to 365 item level. We had a tough time, right? We did. The tank got 1 shot on one of the bosses. So that was really fun. But everyone was calm because they knew what they were signing up for from the beginning. I don't want to play with elitist cunts. I don't care. I want to play with people that, I sort of have this philosophy that I've recently adopted in WoW. I only play with people on content where they have something to get from that content, because it seems to lead to lower instances of toxicity. Every single time I've done a Mythic Plus with someone that clearly outgears the content, that person is the one raging. Mainly because he's outgearing the content. This content should be 1 shot, easy mode, pull all the bosses into a room and just kill it all together. But no one else is, right? Everyone else is like 360. He's 410. So it's like he's getting frustrated with all the 360 idiots trying to figure out what the hell they're supposed to do there. Whereas if you just take people on your level, I have not had any issues with players. But I do see your frustration and why that frustration ultimately exists. I think it's no secret that World of Warcraft have been teeming with toxicity for a while, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, the toxicity in World of Warcraft have been growing to the point where there are people that give League of Legends players a run for their fucking money in World of Warcraft in terms of toxicity.
Which is impressive.
Yeah,
That's freaking impressive.
I mean, League of Legends is a fucking salt mine, and there's people getting more salty than the League of Legends players. But I will say, I think that will change over time, especially now with the game being in a better state, with the game respecting your time more. I think a lot of that frustration will eventually start filtering itself out again, because I genuinely believe that a lot of that toxicity came from frustration. Players have this pent-up frustration because they know instinctively the game doesn't respect their time. They're really wasting their time here, and that causes anxiety. It causes you to get angry. But I fully understand.
It does. It was so frustrating to me because I was like super excited every time we'd go into a really high level Mythic Plus to like study different routes and do, like, we were already coming up, me and one of my friends were already coming up with all these different routes. But then whenever somebody made a mistake, somebody instantly like popped off and got all mad and upset and all. I was like, dude, I don't want to do that. I'm just like, no. I want to be in here and I want to be chill. I want to just like relax, have some fun, and everybody just like fucking spurging out. And I was like, no. I'm not. It's just I'm over it. I'm just over spurging out over shit.
Oh yeah, I can't do it anymore, which is one of the reasons I stopped hardcore raiding, right? Because I can't do because I get that toxic when I hardcore raid. I get really annoyed and really frustrated, and then very quickly I start taking it out on people because why are you failing, right? You failed 4 times on this. You should now know this ability inside out, and yet here we are, 20 pulls later, you're still fucking failing. And I just went, wait, am I really actually having fun?
Yeah.
That was a hard conversation for me to have with myself at the end of Legion. You know, but I reached this point where on Argus, if we kept raiding for another month, we'd probably get Argus down on Mythic. And I literally one night off the raid, I logged out angry because players were just complete morons on that boss. And I remember sitting there drinking coffee and just thinking, dude, this is not how you're supposed to feel after 3 hours of playing a video game. You're supposed to feel good. You're supposed to have enjoyed yourself.
Like, and see, at the end of the year, I don't remember if you remember me talking about how I was playing. What game was it? It was some old ass Final Fantasy game.
Oh yeah.
Or Origins.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know. It was one that they remastered recently.
Yeah.
And I just bought it on a whim and I started playing and I was like, dude, this is so much fun. Like I'm sitting here like grinding away at P8S in Final Fantasy 14 and then listening to friends scream at me and getting upset over stupid nonsense in Mythic Plus when I could just be playing this and having a good time.
Yep.
It's like it's a no-brainer. Like, listen, I'm 40 years old. I have 2 kids. I don't want to deal with any of this. Like, what do you mean? I already have to like make sure that my kids are healthy and shit. I don't want to be listening to people scream and getting upset over a freaking video game. Get out of here.
I do think Blizzard needs to take a much tougher stance on toxic players in World of Warcraft.
No. Wait a minute. I don't think that Blizzard should take any stance in what was going on there because this was me and a bunch of people on Discord. Yeah, Blizzard has nothing to do with that.
Let me explain to you why I think Blizzard needs to take a tougher stance. If that guy is going on like that with his friends, how do you think he's acting when he's in a normal dungeon with people that he doesn't know?
I have no idea.
He's probably fucking nuclear, right? And
maybe, I don't know.
The reason they do that is because they get away with it, right? It's because they can do it. And this is where you have customer service and you have CMs to make sure that this shit doesn't happen. That players like this, and I'm not saying ban them, because that's also not really a solution. But give them a fucking timeout, you know? There's no reason not to go to this guy and say, okay, you know what, fam? Since you've been acting like a little bit of a dickhead, we're going to lock your account on Mythic Plus for the next 2 weeks. So for the next 2 weeks, you can't sign into Mythic Plus until you've learned how to treat people with some level of respect. Depending on the egregiousness of the outrage.
I don't know if he acts like that on I don't know how he acts on Random Dungeons. I have no friggin' idea. I know if people are doing that on Random Dungeons, that it's whatever. I'm just saying, I don't know how he does it, how any of the people that I was playing with do it, but it's like,
yeah.
To me, it was more just like I don't want to do it anymore. I'm just good. And the thing is, the game is in a good state.
Yeah.
But then I found myself thinking, okay, the game is in a good state.
Mm-hmm.
You can play World of Warcraft, or because I already figured out at that point, I'm not gonna have time to play both of them.
Yeah,
so I can. And this was like a really strange thing for me because I never thought that being placed with this thing, that I would ever choose the other route, which was like I can either play World of Warcraft out every now and then or play 14 every now and then. And it was just like, no, I'd rather play 14. Like my character in 14 became more important than my dwarf that I played since like, I don't even know how long it's been.
So you are now fully embraced. You are a Final Fantasy 14 weeb. There's no Western game influence in your blood anymore.
I mean, let me see. Western games. Oh man, you are right. There's not a whole lot of those in my channel anymore. You're right.
You've just
like, it's like-
embraced the Japanese games.
It's like it's Monster Hunter, that's Japanese.
Yeah.
Wolong, that's Japanese. I played Fire Emblem, that's Japanese.
Elden
It's
Ring.
like everything's Elden Ring, that's Japanese. Everything is Japanese.
Yeah. You need to balance it out, bro. You need to get some Western game in your system.
Give
Wild
me a
Hearts-
minute though.
yeah,
Like,
that's
hey,
fine.
listen. I need to take like a couple of minutes break.
Go for
I'll
it,
be
bro.
back in a bit.
Yeah, no
But,
worries.
yeah, because I have my family here. I'll be back in a bit.
That's cool. I see the kid chilling out. By the way, Pete Dudley, 18 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir. So, what have you guys been feeling about, the sort of toxicity in World of Warcraft? Do you guys have the same experiences in World of Warcraft, or do you think this is a very sort of, shall we say, personal experience, and you guys haven't felt that as much? Mythic Plus bugs or is horrendous. I feel the same. I guess it's a matter of have people you can play the content with and have some hours together. Maybe some days it didn't happen, or you are just yourself and have to pug with others. I mean, yeah, I think ultimately playing with friends is almost always the better option. But in this instance, as you've heard, also Disruptor, did I say thank you to you for the sub? 14 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Been playing Classic of late with friends, so super low toxicity. That makes sense. Even in Mythic Plus, no one talks and everyone's chill. I don't know. People are on edge because the system is way too punishing. Remove key depletion and it will be fine. East Village, you actually touch on a point that I have advocated for myself. I do not understand why keys can deplete. Now, what I mean by that is, I should probably first ask, is the system still that your key gets downgraded when you don't make the time? Because I'm pretty sure that's still the system, but I'm not sure. So your key will get downgraded if you don't make the time. You see, that to me is similar to having negative XP. So those of you that don't understand what that is, in the old games, games used to have, like in the old MMOs, EverQuest and those, you used to have a thing called negative XP. So if you got killed, you'd actually lose XP. And if you got killed enough times, you could actually de-level. Now, the reason this was a big problem is because it could take you months to actually level up just one level, because a lot of those leveling was grinding mobs, like literally killing mobs for XP. And you could de-level if you got killed enough times. The problem with key depletion is it's sort of the same anxiety-inducing, anger-inducing concept. I've gotten up to plus 15. We made a stupid mistake. Maybe we overpulled, so we accidentally pulled one extra mob, or one of the players accidentally stood in the wrong place and got blown up, and now everyone died. Wipe, we're not going to make the time. And instead of just having the, fuck, I'm not going to upgrade my key, which would already be like a super sad thing, right? I'm not going to be able to upgrade my key. Now I'm also hit with that, but not only am I not going to be able to upgrade my key, I am also going to have to redo the plus 14 and then the plus 15 because my key is fucked, right? And that's too much of a punishment. And I can see why that would push certain people to actually embrace the toxicity, because what else are you supposed to do, right? How else are you going to deal with that? You just can't. Yeah, someone DCs Deadrick. It's no one's fault. The guy DC'd, but now this one guy's DC is impacting whoever's key that is a hell of a lot more. And maybe it's impacting some of the other people in there as well, because their keys aren't plus 15 either. But instead of just being able to retry the key, which in my opinion would have been a much better solution, just retry the key. So if you don't make it, hey, no problem. So I have to go cooking and then to my shift. Have a great stream. Till next time, boys. Nightlight Crafting. Take care of yourself, fam. Thanks so much for saying hello. But biggest problem for me was I'm at an item level 408. Mythic Guild wants me, won't let me join the Mythic group until I'm like full 15, so I can keep up with the others, because 10 item level makes a bloody huge difference. And the only way to get there really is to grind out Valor points, and it's blocked behind Mythic Plus rating system, so can't get into a higher level group as I didn't start at the beginning of the expansion, so my rating is lower than my item level will indicate. So now, not only do you need to get item level, you need rating, and you need rating to get into good groups, to get better item level past a certain point. Fuck that, I'm going to try another game, basically. Abaddon, just make your own groups. I once got DC'd during Mythic Plus, logged back 20 seconds later, the group had left, felt horrible. Fuck. Yeah, I can imagine that does not feel good. But no, ultimately, I think... I don't just think this, I know this. Blizzard needs to fix it. They have to. The current system of Mythic Plus is too punishing. On failure, because it's not only a case of, oh my god, I failed, it's a case of, oh my god, I failed, and also now I'm gonna have to redo this. It's a shitty feeling, man. Of course it is. Problem with raid and PvP? What problem is that? A dungeon deserter debuff for 30 minutes for leavers? Isn't that already a thing, though? You already get a debuff if you leave a dungeon. Because they released a chair for Lalafals, and it looks like one of those toddler chairs. Why are people crying about that? If you're going to be a Lalafal, wouldn't that be exactly where you sit? Only in auto queue? It is a thing, but not for mythics. Ah, okay. I get what you guys are saying. I get what you guys are asking for. That makes sense. I'm trying to quickly look up that interview from Mr. GM to see if he's already posted it, but I don't think he has. Yeah, no. Still waiting for that interview. Rudy Camera? No, Rudy is still here. He's just spending time with his family at the minute. Like, I can turn the camera off for now, and then I can turn it back on as soon as he gets back. But Rudy is still here. He just quickly went. I think his daughter needed him. Debuff, but an icon for party leader to see if they want to accept the leaver or not. Dude, there's a lot of things that Blizzard could still do, and there's obviously a lot of things that we could talk about that Blizzard could still try to do. But at the end of the day, you know, what can you really say at this point? Like it's just gonna have to play itself out, and we're gonna have to see just how much of this Blizzard takes to heart and how much of this Blizzard is actually willing to adapt and change. Because yeah, I can't see how. Here we go. So Mr. James, it is up on Twitch, so that's fine. We can jump to that now, shall we? All right, so we have Mr. GM's interview with Patrick Dawson and Maria Hamilton. I don't know who Patrick Dawson is. I don't know what he does. I know that Maria Hamilton is the lead quest designer for World of Warcraft. So,
Hello there, and welcome to a developer interview for patch 10.1 Embers of Neltharion. I've just seen the presentation, and I'm joined by Maria Hamilton and Pat Dawson from Blizzard, and I've got a couple questions, and hopefully we can get some good answers and things like that, but it definitely looks very cool. First question, I guess, for both of you, how you doing?
Great, I'm caffeinating. This is early in the morning for me.
Yeah, I'm doing wonderful myself. A lot of really fun energy for World of Warcraft over the past few months, but be it our 10.05 update, our 10.07 update, which is just around the corner, and now this amazing...
The developers seem a lot more laid back and a lot more willing to engage with the community, which tells me that they may actually... The numbers might be looking good for World of Warcraft in terms of who's playing and who isn't. It would have, like, obviously there's going to be trouble in World of Warcraft regardless, right? There's going to be problems always, because mostly the only things that really get shared and the only things that really get traction would be the negative stuff. So if there's even a small group of people that's complaining about Mythic Plus, it's going to seem like there's a lot of people complaining about Mythic Plus. But overall, they seem a lot happier, which suggests to me that the internal numbers might actually be looking good for WoW Dragonflight.
Full on new zone, new season that we get to look forward to coming up soon.
Yeah, I think it's been awesome. Like, I've been pretty heavily testing all the PTR stuff, like 10.05 and 10.07. 10.07 was such a massive patch for like a 0.7. I was really impressed with everything kind of going on there, especially like, you know, the amount of lore and things happening, like with the quest lines and then the vaults and everything like that. And obviously that leads straight into Embers of Neltharion and the Zaralek Cavern, is that correct?
Yep, Zaralek Cavern.
Amazing. Okay, I guess kind of the first one, I saw that there was kind of an update to not only obviously the new zone, but we also have stuff going on in the Dragon Isles, the regular Dragon Isles, right? So right now, obviously, we have the elemental storms that are going on because of Raszageth and things like that. What is becoming of those? Are they going away? Are they being upgraded? Will the rewards still be available, the achievements, etc.?
Yeah, you'll still have access to the achievements, the rewards, everything for that. You can still do that and use that as a catch-up mechanic if you're leveling a new character or you just want to participate in it. I know for myself, I'm a collector, so I'm going to want to make sure that I get in and finish all those things. And I haven't quite done that yet. I've been very busy with other activities in game. So yeah, I'm glad they're not going away. So you'll still have an opportunity to do those.
Excellent. I guess a question for Maria is you do like more like quest orientated stuff, right? Like story and things like that. With kind of the zone, will there be a lot of kind of like I guess flashback would be probably maybe the best word for it of Neltharion and more about that kind of like backstory of Neltharion while we're down there?
Because we're traveling to Zaralek Cavern, which is where Aberrus is located, the lab where Neltharion did some pretty heinous experiments, we are going to see what he was up to. We're gonna get a real good sense of what happened there, and also
that's good.
You know, this is where he was driven mad. This is where he made that flip, became effectively Deathwing. So
that is now confirmed. I mean, this is now the second interview we've heard where they basically say this is where he became Deathwing. So, that does throw the timeline a bit. It's not bad. It's not like it's an actual retcon, not completely at least, because all it now suggests is that what we previously thought was Deathwing trying to contend with the Whispers and also contained with reality, was actually just Deathwing pretending not to be Deathwing. So he was still very much sort of trying to play both sides, even though he had already completely succumbed to the Whispers of the Old Gods.
There's a lot to learn lore-wise here, and as we explore around the cavern, we'll also see some of the some of what happened in the cavern because Neltharion was there. So Jarden Elders, for example, this was the home of the Jarden. He was helping himself to them from
Okay, so we're gonna learn about the Jordan. This was their home. And Deathwing effectively went in with these soldiers, bullied them out, and did some shit. Okay, I'm excited even more than I was just a little while ago for this patch.
Time to time as experimental options. He had dumped failed experiments in the cavern. So there's a lot to see here that has his hands all over it.
Okay,
Okay.
awesome. That's exciting. Is there any old god influence?
Well, I wouldn't say directly that there's an old god influence, but I would say that certainly you're going to learn a lot more about what happened to Neltharion down here.
Excellent.
And I don't want to
The-
spoil too much. I want
No, but there will be, right? Yeah, that is such as fuck, right? Because there will be an old god, especially both of their faces. When he asked that, will there be an old god influence? And both of their faces just like waiting for the other person to take it. Because they're yeah, they're just like I wouldn't say there's a direct influence of the old god, but I don't want to spoil it, you know. There's gonna be an old god influence here. It's the old gods that ultimately corrupted him. So of course the old gods are gonna be present in some way, shape, or form.
people to get there as they play. So essentially, I think you'll have a pretty good idea of what happened, and you'll have the opportunity to learn that with the Black Dragons, with Sibelian and Rathian. So
On the new old god thing, we already know that it's now effectively as confirmed as can be that there is a fifth old god in World of Warcraft. I mean, Deathwing or Nalfarian being so incredibly close to the old gods, hearing their whispers, knowing who they are, when he annotated the journal page about the old gods, he did not correct the passage that explained that there are 5 old gods. That remained. His annotation spoke to something else. So I think at this point that is largely confirmed. There is 5. So there might be another old god that we have never known about or heard about that may have actually been pulling a lot of the strings in the back.
they will be learning it at the same time the player is.
That's awesome. So I assume we go down there with the Black Dragonflight with is it Epson as well? Is that
Yes. Abyssian,
Abyssian? Sorry.
Sibelian, Rathian, and also Emberthal is along. So that will give you sort of different opinions and context to what they're seeing as they travel through the cavern.
Okay, cool. I guess how do we get there? Is there like separate entrances? Is it through the Forbidden Reach?
There's actually multiple entrances from the Dragon Isles in there. You'll actually burrow through some tunnels that have been bored into the earth, and you'll actually just go right into the zone. You can get there through your dragon riding. You can fly right in, and you can dragon ride all around the new cavern itself too.
Okay. Is it instanced or is it actually in the outside
No,
world?
this is really cool. We actually developed all new technology to make this possible because in the past you couldn't put a zone directly underneath another zone. You had to make like a special, either an instance or something like some sort of like cavern or something that was geometry itself. But instead, we're using our zone technology. Our engineering team created what they're calling airlock technology, which is where you can seamlessly transfer in to this new area. Without even noticing it. It just feels natural and normal as you dragon ride.
Dude, do you have any idea what that technology will do for the future of World of Warcraft design? Because it basically now gives you retroactive layer design, where you can start playing with layers. So we first saw Blizzard really playing with verticality in Nazjatar. Nazjatar was the first time we saw Blizzard really going, right, how about different layers for different for a zone, so you're not just playing on this one giant layer, but rather there's under, there's above, there's all sorts of things going on here. And this opens that door now to say, okay, wait a second, we have this, zone that comes in a patch, but this zone is, say for example, located directly above another one of our zones. So let's say, for example, you had a flying zone, a magical zone which the enemy uses to basically assault from the air. And now you can literally just fly up to the zone, no loading taking place, and you have a brand new zone on top of another zone, or even underneath. It just allows so much more possibility. It's, in my opinion, really, really awesome to see Blizzard constantly bringing out this new technologies with how the game is. And I think this speaks directly to people complaining about the engine in World of Warcraft being so outdated. All of these things, when people say the engine of World of Warcraft is outdated, this is engine related. The fact that Blizzard can do this is your proof that Blizzard continuously updates the engine. Whatever problems you may have with World of Warcraft, those problems are not engine related. The engine is as new today as it was new 5 years ago, as it was new 10 years ago. It's new. They constantly update it. They constantly keep it, current. This is just, it's cool.
And through this cavern.
Okay.
It is super cool too. I gotta say, like you come up from up high and you just go zooming down into that cavern, and it's got twists and stuff. It's pretty cool. Like
so
like
cool.
it's really enjoyable.
I'm looking
I
forward
love
to
that.
it.
That's actually really cool. Is that similar to like, because I noticed in 1007 with the Scare Vaults, you kind of get that seamless transition where you go in there, but it's obviously in the same zone. I assume it's kind of similar to that, but yeah, that's so cool. Excellent. I did notice in the presentation there was mention of new dragon riding abilities. If we could get some possible information on that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I think Maria, correct me if I'm wrong. There's one where you can like stop on a dime. I think there's one where you'll be able to just sort of like stop very quickly. I mean, as somebody who was trying to get all those banners at the top of the peaks in the initial launch, it was really difficult to like land right there.
So
But if you
fucking
could
hard.
Stop your dragon pretty quickly.
That is one of the biggest frustrations with the Assassin's Creed flags that you collect throughout the game. Bro, like that shit is annoying. The amount of times I've spent flying around a fucking peak because there's only one place that you can land on, like one angle, but you have to approach it also not too fast, not so slow that you can't actually reach it. So you just keep going round and round and round trying to get it perfect. So yeah, it's almost like it's annoying.
There's also customizations that we want to add as we go through this. We'll be adding some as well for dragon riding, and there's a new Drake that you can acquire in the cavern itself.
Yeah, I think one of the other ones also allows you to regain as you skim, as you stay very close to the ground, you're regaining faster as well. Something along those lines, but I don't know that it's 100% set exactly how it works yet. But there are some cool new adjustments, yeah, for sure.
That's awesome. You mentioned about customization. Is there like any additional customization for current like dragons as well? I saw like helms were kind of data mined a while ago for the dragon riding drakes, things like that.
I might have to get back to you. I don't know that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I believe so, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to promise you something that we're not for sure.
No worries. I guess with the kind of Cloud Serpent type dragon riding drake, I assume all the colors and unlocks and things like that we got already in Dragonflight will be available for that as well. So say if we got like the bronze scales from the Valdrakken Accord, we would get that, I guess.
Yeah, the new Drake we're introducing would be subject to the same rules and restrictions as the current.
Excellent, cool. It's yeah, I really like that Drake. Will that be? I assume that's unlocked through the story of the cavern.
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome.
What does Patrick do? Hold up, I need to see. What does Patrick do? World of Warcraft production director Patrick Dawson and lead quest designer Maria Hamilton. You see, the problem here with the interview that they gave Mr. GM, and this is literally not meant as a flame. In my opinion, they gave Mr. GM two people that isn't really within the scope of the kind of things that Mr. GM care about. So if you've ever followed Mr. GM, you know he's very big on transmog stuff, cosmetic stuff, allied race stuff. That's the kind of stuff that Mr. GM really cares about. Story, which would be Maria Hamilton, right? Because she's the quest designer. I don't think I've ever seen Mr. GM make a video about the story of World of Warcraft. I'm not saying he doesn't care about it. He obviously personally cares about it. But I don't think he cares like deeply about what the story of World of Warcraft is, right? In terms of like making videos about it or whatever. Because a lot of the questions that you just heard Mr. GM ask, they don't really know how to answer because it's not in their... It's not what they do. There's nothing to do with what they do. So I do think they kind of missed the, shall we say, they kind of missed the mark with what developers they gave to Mr. GM here. Just based on the last two questions, really. But yeah, it just seemed a little awkward. Obviously, all stuff just under Ian. However, the problem usually with that is when you have like, so for example, this just happens to be something that I really care about, so I would be fine with it. But in a world where I didn't care about it, giving me the production director to interview, the production director oversees production. Not necessarily all of the ins and outs of that production, but in making sure the different departments are linked together, in making sure that the departments have the resources that they require in order to, you know, fulfill their duties for whatever that new expansion or patch is going to be. And the kind of questions that you would ask the production director would be in line with that, right? So what goes into making the Drakthir playable? Or what goes into adding dragon riding as a system? What department would be involved in that? That is something that Patrick could obviously very easily answer, because that's literally what he does, right? Is making sure that different departments speak to each other and how they need things from each other and making sure that they have everything they need and so on and so forth. So you want to ask more sort of business-like decisions or behind-the-scenes questions there.
Cool. What else I've got? Oh yeah, of course. Renown. So we're getting a new Renown track with the mole people. I forget the name. What's the name of the?
Niffin.
Niffin. Excellent. Will that include a new level of will we get new levels of Renown as well, or is that still going to kind of be like 25 or 30?
You're asking how high the Renown track is?
Yeah, sorry,
for the Niffin specifically. I actually don't think they've finalized yet. We're still working on what unlocks at each Renown level, and we won't make it be 25 just because the others were 25.
Yeah.
We'll make it fit for the activities that we have to unlock. One of the cool activities that didn't get a lot of love, but I want to talk about because it's awesome, is what could be described as cave diving with a Niffin buddy. You make friends with this particular Niffin, and they use their nose to sniff out interesting places, and so he can take you basically to different caverns and things, additional caverns and things where you can find stuff. But it's based on his sense of smell and what he
cool,
thinks
actually.
smells interesting. And we're calling it sniffing seeking. So
that's actually cool.
That's
I
excellent.
think it's pretty funny.
I like that.
But the Niffin are really cool, yeah. And I think people should enjoy sort of.
This, Abaddon, is what archaeology should have been in the first place. And this is very close to what I said an archaeology rework should look like. So, for example, you have the Niffin, very heavily in smell, and they can take you around the world to places that no one else would know exist. And then you go on this epic adventure, right? So you go cave diving, and you have to work your way through this cave, and maybe you add stuff like puzzles and problem solving and, just small puzzles that you have to go through in order to open a door and then get to the other side. And eventually there's a little bit of story to unlock and maybe a couple of items, the toys or whatever. That is what archaeology should be. It should seamlessly interact and plug into the rest of the world and unlock lore and story that would otherwise not be in the game, if that makes sense.
Meeting them, like I said, it's all sort of nose scent related.
Yeah.
Their culture is very scent related. So, and they burrow places.
Excellent. That's really cool. I saw I did see something sneaking in there on the presentation. The word snail races was on there.
Yeah, well, what is that? Let's hear it.
Yeah, any info on that? Like, is that similar?
Pala Jiggy, how you doing, fam? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. See me sniffing and digging? Oh, yeah. I'm going to be sniffing and digging all over the place.
To dragon riding races just with snails, or what are we kind of looking at with that system?
Well, it's that cultural Drogbar thing of loving their snails and loving their snail races and loving to bet on their snail races and so forth. And we have some content that allows you to get your own snail racer mount.
Amazing.
You have to train it, of course. It's quite slow at the start.
Bro, you get your own snail mount and then you train it and you make it better. Is this Chocobo racing? Is this what we're finally seeing? Chocobo racing coming to World of Warcraft? Because if that is what's coming, that's where you'll find me, boys. Because that's what I did most of my time in Final Fantasy, is I Chocobo raced. Because I fucking love Chocobo racing. Thanks for the first time chat, Palajiki. Been watching YouTube videos like a fiend the past little while. Thought I'd stop by the stream. Very happy to have you here, fam. Thank you for the support as well. Only thing we miss is the snail breeding. Would be awesome. Wow, that could be added later on, Bane. No?
But yeah, it's Drogbar. That's all Drogbar content. That and lifting heavy things, which fits with them as well.
That's really cool.
True.
I saw I guess one thing that kind of sprung to mind when I was kind of watching the presentation is like, obviously we've already been to Depot and back in Cataclysm. Is there any sort of like design kind of comparisons there with the way that the zone looks and feels in a sense?
I don't think so. Really, you have these three distinct areas. The sort of natural caverny area, has their classic stalactites and stalagmites that are kind of pointy. But we also have this area that is quite crystalline. And so those ones are more like columns, greenish sort of columns. And then we have the sulfur pools area, which is all yellow and caustic and bubbly. And then the lava area, which has the classic lava shape. So I don't think it's very much like Deep Home in the sense that it feels it's vast.
Oh, come on.
He's paused time. What a legend. Can't believe it. I didn't run the ads. The ads are the ads are automatic. Yeah, I didn't it's not live. What? 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 What a crazy boy.
But of course it wasn't live. We thought it was.
I thought it lagged. Oh, sorry. I'm everywhere, boys. Why do people think it's live to begin with? I don't know. I'm not even wearing that t-shirt. How are you talking without your mouth moving? It's crazy, isn't it? Look, I'm here too.
What is happening? Mr. Jim
What?
paused the video
Hey,
for
Dan, how you doing?
some reason. I don't know
Great
why.
interview.
Probably because
You
ads
seem like you're
started
under a lot of
playing
pressure.
or something.
Yeah, it seems like it's quite difficult for you because you just found out about these things and you're trying to figure out questions really quickly. Yeah, must be difficult.
I'm not entirely sure.
I knew it wasn't
Let me
live
check-
with
No, no,
redundant
no.
questions, asking things already covered already. You'd never do that if you'd known them at the time of conducting it. I didn't know shit. Okay, are we back out of ads? Are we out of ads? Are we free? Are we free from the ad monsters?
See, this is where, if Mr. Jim ever watches this, Mr. Jim, what you do before you get into an interview like this is you hit run 3 minutes of ads, right? And then your channel goes on an hour-long cooldown period where no ads will be shown so that you don't get interrupted in the middle of this, right? Like, you don't get interrupted by stupid fucking ads and shit like that. But never mind.
Are we good? Yeah, we out of ad jail.
Yeah, this isn't live either, guys.
We good?
This is just a recording of me. I just happen to have guessed
back.
what
All right.
you guys are gonna
Bye,
write
guys.
in chat.
Have fun.
That's how good I am.
I mean, it's a very, very big cavern, and the altitude of the floor as well as the ceiling is changing as you're moving.
You can
through
suck
it.
my dick
So,
later.
dragon riding skill is super helpful here because you wanna zoom right up to the, as you're coming up, and then you want to dip down to avoid the stalactite, and it's kind of an interesting space. It's not quite as I don't know. It's not quite as a giant hollow in the earth as much as it is, a cave system. So.
Okay, yeah. As you mentioned in the presentation, like you said, dragon riding just feels really nice in there. So I was kind of looking forward to that, I guess. With I think when people kind of speculated the underground thing, we were like, well, how's dragon riding going to work? But as you mentioned, it seems like quite cool that you kind of whiz through the caverns and things like that. I got a
Yero, I have a very strict don't ask, don't tell policy on paid chatters. You guys are not allowed to discuss your salaries with each other. That's in the contract, bro. What are you doing? Hey, everyone knows I pay for all my viewers. Otherwise, I would have 0 viewers. What the fuck?
Mythic Plus question. I assume that would be for Pat. I noticed that was it Vortex Pinnacle is in the Mythic Plus rotation this time around. That's
Yes.
from Cataclysm. I think previously, I don't know if it was an official quote or anything like that. Mists of Pandaria was going to be like the kind of unofficial cutoff for those Mythic Plus dungeons, and obviously Vortex Pinnacle being from Cataclysm. Is that something that's kind of changed
Bastard.
behind the scenes?
Rob
Is
the Fool.
could we
Fucking
see
bastard.
possibly even like earlier dungeons potentially added in the future, or?
Yeah, I think the world is open to us in terms of what dungeons we want to have make their Mythic Plus debut. So Vortex Pinnacle was one that I think was a team favorite, one that we've wanted to do for a while now. And just kind of felt really open, airy, and fun. So we wanted to revisit that and see what it felt like to update a dungeon that had never been in the Mythic Plus rotation to become part of it. So
they are
this
now
certainly opens the
officially
door for
open
other
to this.
opportunities in the future. But let's see how this one goes and see how the community likes it, and we'll consider options in the future.
That's really cool. Yeah, I was
Wrath
as soon
of
as
the
I
Lich
saw that, I
King
was like, "Oh,
dungeons,
amazing,
please."
my mind just went, oh man, we could get all these other crazy dungeons from Cataclysm and whatnot.
Good God,
so,
Pinnacle.
yeah, that's
Let's
awesome
go.
to see it there. What else have I got on there? This is just I seem to ask this every interview I do, but normally the answer is no. But race class combinations, obviously we monks were opened up in 1007, and then obviously with Dragonflight as well, we got some extras. Is there any kind of additional?
Golgoth, it seems they're open finally to adding, like he just said, Patrick, Mr. GM asked him, with the inclusion of Vortex Pinnacle, a dungeon that was very clearly outside of the scope of Mythic Plus contenders. Remember, Ian said before Dragonflight, when they announced that they're doing this for all dungeons for the Mythic Plus rotation, Ian said that they're going as far back as Mist of Pandaria, and that the dungeons prior to Mist of Pandaria was never really designed with Mythic Plus in mind. And so it wouldn't make sense to bring those dungeons back, so they're cutting it off at Mist of Pandaria. But now with the inclusion of Vortex Pinnacle, I mean, that was Cataclysm, right? So very clearly, unless of course my timelines are completely fucked, that's before Mist of Pandaria, right? And when Patrick was asked about this, he said, well, I think the world is pretty open to us in terms of which dungeons we would like to bring back. So effectively what they're saying here is we can bring back any dungeon now. So either they've worked out the tech to where these dungeons can be pretty easily updated to become Mythic Plus dungeons, or they're just willing. Like maybe it took a lot less work to get, all of the older dungeons up to date than what they thought it would in order to make them into Mythic Plus dungeons. And so they're just happy to now basically go with whichever new dungeons, which I think, all in all, very good thing.
Coming in 10.1, or is that something for the future?
I don't think we have anything planned for 10.1 at this point. But for the future, yeah, obviously we're open to it. We just, like you said, we just did it with monks. I think we did mage, rogue, and priest for all in 10.5.
Yeah, it's a willingness, and that's good.
The race class combinations are expanding as they make sense and as we can make sure that they're properly animated and look right. So we'll go through the process and try to open things up to just give more options and customizations to people over time.
Amazing. That's
Moradon plus 20.
Just gets me so, every time there's a new race class combo, I just get so excited. So I'm really,
can you
really
imagine Moradon Mythic Plus?
What else have I got? Oh, character customization. So we just got new hair colors for the orcs and humans and the Worgens in 10.07. It might maybe be a bit too early to say, but is there anything potentially on the horizon for that?
Well, you also got in 10.07 as well. So that's we definitely.
Dude, you want to know my greatest request, or something that I would just love to see in World of Warcraft? Mythic Plus raids. So old raids brought back to the new era, but actually made spammable. So not just sort of like an event. You can sign up to Icecrown Citadel and go do Icecrown Citadel, and every single time you clear it, you can upgrade it and make it even harder and harder and harder and harder, so you can just go even higher. That would be phenomenal. That would be absolutely phenomenal. And what's the first raid that I would bring back? Take a guess, chat. Which raid would first come back? No. Ulduar, bro. Ulduar. Fucking Ulduar, man. If you're gonna bring anything back, it has to be Ulduar. No? It has to be Ulduar. Yeah, I would 100% bring back Ulduar first. That raid was phenomenal. It was such a good raid. And then, of course, right after that, Zereth Mortis. Rukon, are you still in Discord or just in chat now?
Humans for 10.07, but Maria, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say we did tie that to the heritage armor lines. We thought, oh, okay, we're doing heritage armor lines. Let's add some additions there as well. And I would expect, that more will be coming eventually, as we do more work on the different races. So.
Yeah, I guess kind of bouncing off heritage armors actually, and the quest lines and things. Obviously, right now, on the PTR, the heritage armor quest lines aren't testable, and I don't know if that was an intent in regards to encryption and kind of keeping that kind of stuff secret. Is that something that we kind of see more of in 10.1, potentially?
By the way, I'm not suggesting that this comes back as a form of gear. You can obviously get gear from this, but bring it back as just something fun. So over the weekend, you and your guild on raiding on a weekend, but it's Friday night. You feel in the mood to go do a raid. Go do an old raid. Maybe this week you're in the mood for ICC. Maybe next week you're in the mood for Firelands. Maybe the week after that you're in the mood for some even older, Black Temple, or what's the other one? Anchorage. Bring back the old raids and just have them be scalable, right? So you can do them at 0 if all you're looking for is just a really fun experience, and you're just looking to hang out with your friends in WoW. And then if you do complete a raid, so basically what I'll say here is the raids don't work with a Mythic Plus key. The key is specifically tied to that raid. So every time you do that raid on, say, +1, +2 opens up. So you can now do that. You can sign up to that raid for +2. And then +3, and then +4. And maybe you make it where +5 is the mythic equivalent of an actual raid right now. So it is scaled up to mythic equivalency for a current raid. And you have that for all of the raids that you bring back, but obviously you bring them back one by one, and they never disappear. Why? Because a lot of those raids, the bosses will have to get new abilities. The bosses, you're probably going to have to do some kind of room changes. Why? Because a lot of those bosses were designed for an era in World of Warcraft where players weren't as good at the game. Hellfist, by the way, thanks for the Prime sub, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Very happy to have you here, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I really think that that would be such a cool addition to World of Warcraft. Just as a fun aside for people that enjoy raiding and, you know, don't always want to do the current raid at, you know, mythic level. Sometimes they just want to go and have some fun in older raids and experience the older raids with a bunch of friends. I think that could be super cool. Super, super cool. How would you solve raid lockout, though, with a Mythic Plus raid style? I think there's easy ways of doing it. You effectively make it personal, right? So you just make it a personal thing. Whoever is the group leader, whatever their raid lockout is, the group will fall into that one. So effectively, if you join a group where the guy's already killed 3 of them, those 3 are dead for you as well, even though, say, for example, in the one that you were in, you didn't kill those 3. So that's probably how I would do it. Just keep it simple.
Essentially, big story beats kind of being hidden away.
Yeah, there's no timer, Voicey. There's no timer. This is a very casually driven piece of content. And if you do want to go hardcore, you do the +5, because that's a mythic level experience. So the hardcore guilds can do +5, but it's casual. There's no timer. There's no, oh my god, you have to like go fast as fuck, boy. None of that shit. This is meant for people just to have something extra to do, but also a way, and this is really why I want this, a way for players who maybe never played those old expansions to see the story of the old expansions. Because let's be honest, a lot of those raids, a raid like ICC, for example, there is a shit ton of World of Warcraft history locked behind ICC. So if you could get a way for new players to actually experience those raids, and it's not just them going in there smashing everything for a bit of gear, I think that could be really, really awesome.
What we've been doing over the last, while in Dragonflight, also in 9.2.5, we did encrypt some things. We've been working on our encryption technology. We've been working out some of the kinks and finding some of the bugs. We still let things slip, as you know, and occasionally fail to encrypt things properly. But yeah, we do have encrypted content in the Return to Forbidden Reach, and also in Embers of Neltharion. Sometimes, usually that unencrypts on day one, but not always. We're testing tech that also lets us unencrypt when someone reaches it, or the first time someone unlocks the renown to the right point. So, for example, some of the renown unlocked chapters that happened in Dragonflight, that was some new tech that lets us set a timestamp, or as soon as someone gets to this point in the renown, now it can unlock. So we are working on that.
I like that.
I think it's a case where we want the community to experience something together, right? We want them to see it at the same time, and it gives us.
I wish everything would be experienced
to have
at
that
the same
moment
time
of excitement as somebody finds something like that, and oh my gosh, isn't that amazing? So we have been working on it, but here and there, now and then to try different things. So yes, the heritage armor's definitely encrypted.
Excellent. No, that's good. I honestly, I'm a big advocate for it. I really like the fact that we kind of all get to experience it together and doesn't get kind of spoiled out there as such beforehand. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of my list. I'm looking at my list and I'm like, well, kind of asked that already. I guess with first of all, I really like the fact that we're not kind of abandoning the Dragon Isles as such, like with this patch. So we are, there is still campaign quests going on there and new kind of assaults and stuff like that. I think that's really cool. I guess, Maria, could you tell us possibly a little bit more about what's happening with the campaign side of things with kind of the mainland Dragon Isles stuff, potentially? Not too spoilery, obviously.
So the campaign itself, that's marked as like a campaign chapter with the special shield-shaped quest bangs. That's all in Zarelek. Well, most of it is in Zarelek Cavern. But we also have this continuation of our story of the Blue Dragons and what happened there. So as you know, Kalecgos called for the Blue Dragons to come home. The Oathstone was re-empowered, and not very many showed up. And now we're going to find out why. Now we're going to find out what happened there, and we're going to take a look.
We're going to find out why. Suggesting that something may have happened to quite a few of the Blue Dragons. Now, something interesting about Blue Dragons, for those of you that did not know. Blue Dragons, probably very much related to who their father is, Malygos, they're incredibly inquisitive. This is actually one of the reasons the Blue Dragonflight, quote-unquote, died, as it were. It's not that the Blue Dragons were all massacred. A lot of them did die, and Deathwing had a massive hand in the massacre of the Blue Dragons. But even after that massacre, it's not as if there weren't still a shit ton of Blue Dragons left. There were. The problem is that once Kalecgos became the aspect of the Blue Dragonflight, he had no interest in sort of continuing the Blue Dragonflight as an official sort of Dragonflight. He had no interest in that for a number of reasons. Number one, he viewed himself as too young to actually tell a lot of these much, much older Blue Dragons what they can and can't do. He didn't view himself really as an aspect. He felt inferior to the other aspects because obviously these aspects came up together. They were proto-drakes together. They had this entire history together that he did not have. He did not share in any of that. So for Kalecgos, it was far more like just making sure that the Nexus works and making sure that all the secrets in the Nexus is there. But he allowed the Blue Dragons that wanted to sort of venture off on their own and go find themselves. He allowed them to do so. And as a result of this, the majority, if not all of the Blue Dragons that were left. They went off into the great beyond and went to go search for stuff, right? Now, of course, he's calling them back. Some showed up, and a lot of them didn't. And because of their inquisitive nature, the question that I would ask you is, what do you think those Blue Dragons would have found? Because they're very inquisitive, like Malygos were. So there is a good chance that they may have found Avaloran, and that is exactly where this next storyline will lead, is to Avaloran and the discoveries of Avaloran. Just saying.
Look at the state of the Blue Dragonflight and get a good solid look. We're also looking at the next step of what happens with Tyr. So for those of that have played that chapter, we know we've created a Tyr body, but it's not really doing anything just yet, and so we're gonna start working on that as well. So we wanted to continue some of these stories.
Rob the Fool.
Intentionally sat down and designed out pacing throughout our different releases so that we can tell these continuing stories and let people kind of stay engaged. And then our .7 patches give us an opportunity to lead into them. So Return to the Forbidden Reach is a great example of that, right? Where we're going to have a chance to kind of lead you right into what happens in Embers of Neltharion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I assume there was probably a pretty good reason why the 1007 storyline was encrypted. I assume if we were able to play it, we'd probably have a pretty good idea of what's going on in 10.1.
Yeah, the hope is that it serves as a prologue to the chapters in 10.1
love
is
this new
obviously the first
approach.
time we've tried a prologue, so we're hopeful that this.
I love this new approach because it's effectively it's taking the story so much more seriously, which is what I'm here for, right? It's why I play WoW. It's allowing the story time to breathe. The story kicks off in 10:07, and then in 10:1, you get to see the culmination of things that have happened in 10:07. And then, of course, you have 10:17 that will lead into 10:2, and that's really the culmination of everything that happened in 10:17. This prologue and conclusion, I think, is really good. The only thing that I would actually sort of think that Blizzard could add even more, although you could get into a world now where it becomes too much content that has to be added. But how about a prologue, content, conclusion? So in other words, you have a 10:07 patch, then you have 10:1, then maybe you have 10:15, which is the conclusion of 10:1, and then you have 10:17, which is the prologue for 10:2. 10:2 is the content, and then of course you have 10:25, which is the conclusion of 10:2, and so on and so forth, and that provides you with a lot more time to allow for the story to breathe, for the story to occur, and then for the story to conclude. And then, of course, I think it would create a lot more flow within the expansion without the need for such obvious time gates. Because right now, the conclusion usually is built into the Renown system. So a lot of the stories will conclude as you go through Renown, whereas this would allow you to sort of build conclusions that will just naturally take a little bit more time. And so you'll only get those conclusions in the next patch.
That this is gonna do the job for us, but yeah, the idea is to set you up so that you know what's happening, you understand who's involved, and why we're going where we're going.
That's pretty cool. I like that. I guess 10:07 as well brought in the Bane quest line, and that was kind of a offshoot of everything that's going on, I guess, in the Dragon Isles. And I really enjoyed it. I did play through it on the PTR. Thoroughly enjoyed that quest. Could we expect anything like that in the future with different kind of like side adventures of various characters from Warcraft history and things like that?
As we move through this patch cadence, we are telling additional stories here and there where there's things that we think it's important, we'd like to get out there, unfinished business, as it were, just a variety of things like that. So we've got a plan for what we're going to do for the future. Some of those things we're not positive exactly where they might fall, or exactly we can't promise they're going to come in at a particular time. It's part of why they're not on the roadmap. Because we know we want to tell these stories, we just need to find the right places to tell them. So
there's even more story that isn't on the roadmap.
Longer rambling answer, yes-ish.
That's fine with me.
I think too, it's just one of the advantages of doing more and more frequent content updates to World of Warcraft. We've really adopted that philosophy in Dragonflight, and it gives us opportunities to do things like that. So not everything just has to be main storyline focused. There can be other delightful moments that we can provide that maybe are a little bit.
It's fine. That's what makes World of Warcraft great.
Support, so.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic.
There's so many
kind of like really.
Look, there's so many stories. Like we spoke about this yesterday when you guys asked me what game would I like to see made in World of Warcraft if it's not an MMO. And yeah, there's so many offshoot stories in World of Warcraft that don't really deserve main storyline contention. They can't really exist as main storylines. But they're good enough to where they still deserve a story. And that, I think, is at least for me, that's something where these new side stories really shine in World of Warcraft, because they highlight those offshoot stories that will never really be main storylines because there's not enough there, and really much of it is just world building. But to see it come to life and to see Blizzard actually taking those seriously, that's very, very heartening.
Release cadence and what we've had so far in Dragonflight. Like, we're not even in 10.1 and we've already had, 0.7, which is, really just a massive patch. There's so much going on in the Return to Forbidden Reach, not just the story content, but obviously everything else with, the rares and the vaults and whatnot. Oh, I'm running out of questions now. I guess I'll start with Pat. Is there anything that you're personally excited for? Like, what's the most thing you're most excited for 10.1?
Yeah. So for me, I actually, the way I play World of Warcraft, I really like Mythic Plus. I like raiding. I like rated PvP. So whenever a new season comes out, I get really enthusiastic about all the cool new things I get to experience. And for this one, it's the shakeup of the dungeon rotation. I think is really interesting. It's the first time we've done that in the season 2. Typically, for the first, I think going back forever, we've always kept the same dungeon rotation at least through the first 3 seasons. Shadowlands is the first time we really shook that up at all. So just getting different dungeons to learn and sink our teeth into, that's going to be really fun as a Mythic Plus player. I also think I also play a lot of alts. And one of the things that is important to me is like gearing them and how do I do that? And we've really looked at how we're dealing with like our upgrade system for this patch. So we've introduced a new system. So the current one is, you have Valor and you can go and you can upgrade based on your Mythic Plus rating, depending on how high you want to spend your currency at and how high you've achieved. So this one's going to be a little different. Rather than having like Storm Essences and Valor and multiple currencies, we're just going to have one currency, and that's going to be called Flight Stones. And then in order to upgrade your gear past a certain level, we have something called Shadowflame Crests that you earn through doing more challenging activities. So rather than just have it tied directly to Mythic Plus rating, you'll be able to earn these through more challenging activities in the world. So
Interesting.
one currency and one unlock for it. So this is a completely cool system that I'm really interested to see how players engage with it.
Amazing. That sounds. Yeah, I'm glad I asked. That's really cool. Maria, what are you most excited for in 10.1?
Well, I already talked a little bit about sniff and seeking, but I'm looking forward to that.
Me too.
It's got a puzzle element to it, and I quite like puzzles. And that sort of how do I get to this place from that place style of
Yeah, I'm a fan of that too.
thinking about an environment. I'm also excited about raiding. I do enjoy raiding, and I'm looking forward to the new bosses. With 9 new bosses, there's a lot of new stuff to learn. I'm always very careful not to play the raid before I get to actually play the raid for reals.
Mhm.
So for me, it's always a cool surprise to find out, gosh, what's going on. But there's one boss in particular that you might have noticed in the art that is sort of the experimental, the trial of Deathwing's armor, right? His armor plating. And I can't wait to play that one. I've heard great things about that one, so I can't wait to play that
Seems
one
like a fun
and
boss.
try it out. So that's big for me. I too am an altaholic. So I am also looking forward to getting more of my characters to max level and sort of
He does look
playing
sick.
more in Zerlak.
Fellow Jake, I
Zerlak
absolutely
to,
agree.
level them up or not level them up. Sorry, level up their gear. So
Yeah.
that's something I can't wait to do. So.
Yeah, I assume the kind of the outside world eye level and everything like that will go up as well, along with obviously the new season and everything like that. With the new invasions, I guess. Kind of last question, I suppose. Feral. I've written Feralak. That's what it's called, right? The Feralak invasions or storms or something like that. Is it?
It's Farak.
Farak. Sorry.
Farak.
I apologize.
He's the fire incarnate.
Oh, okay, yeah. So is that like so similar to Elemental Storms? Is that system or?
I'm calling it now.
No,
I'm calling it now, chat. Iridikron will not be part of this expansion. We'll see elements of him, but he will not be the final boss of this expansion. They're doing the fire one now, right? So we've already taken care of Razageth. We have Farak that we still have to kill, which is probably going to be, if it's not, I don't think he's the end boss of the next raid, but he might be the end boss of the next raid. So if he's the end boss of this raid, then we're going to get the Water Incarnate after, right? In 10-2, we'll get the Water Incarnate. And as we already know, there isn't a 10-3. which means Iridikron is going to start causing a lot of trouble for us over the course of this expansion, leading into the next expansion, where he will probably be either the boss of the first raid in the next expansion, with obviously new bosses being introduced, or maybe the final boss of the next expansion, with then new threats being introduced next expansion that will only conclude in the expansions after that. That is what I'm calling right now. I think they're going to give Iridikron at least 2 expansions to breathe and grow and become a proper sort of nightmare scenario.
Oh, it's a bit different. Essentially, Farak is going to unleash his hate in the form of fire in the Dragon Isles, and he will
Thanks for the
have
first time, chat.
some
Really
of his
appreciate
allies along with him assisting in these assaults. And during the course of these assaults, you'll find that they are looking for something. They're gathering something. They're looking for something. They have a goal, and there'll be like bosses and things to fight as you play through it. And Farak himself will make an appearance.
Avalanche.
And
so the reason you have to be careful with that is if you listen to the interviews that they've done with Steve Denuser, they are aware that one of their biggest problems with Zuvul was the lack of growth, was the lack of, let's call it, breathing room for that character. They're aware of that, right? I don't think they're going to make the same mistake, especially considering the fact that you have Steve Denuser in his interview, I want to say with Preach, but I might be wrong. It may actually have been a different interview. But Steve Denuser said the new plan for World of Warcraft is multiple expansion stories. So instead of having every expansion deal with its own story, so in the past, what we would have is, the 4 primal incarnates are introduced in Dragonflight, and they're also killed in Dragonflight. It may have been the one with Noble, Benny. Yes, exactly. They're instead now going to go for, just because they're introduced in Dragonflight doesn't mean we kill them in Dragonflight. It just means they're a problem. And that problem will stay with us until we have finally solved it. But that doesn't mean that that problem needs to be solved in Dragonflight, because Dragonflight can come up with its own sets of problems that needs to be solved. It's entirely plausible that we don't even kill the fire boss until the end of this expansion. Right? That's also a possibility. So Farak, even though Farak is the one that opens the underground zone for us and the new raid, effectively, it's not Farak as the final boss. The final boss is one of the experiments of Deathwing. And that Farak is maybe the final boss of this expansion, and then the air one, I can't remember her name, might be the final boss or one of the bosses in the next expansion, and then Iridikron might actually be even the expansion after that. It really depends, but Blizzard is no longer tying themselves to one expansion needs to take care of all stories.
Flame, pretty much everything in the vicinity. So you should have some nostalgia there as well to experience.
I was just about to mention the Deathwing kind of comparisons there. That's excellent. But yeah, I think that's probably...
The fuck?
Hello there, and welcome to a developer interview for Patch.
Great things about that one, so I can't wait to play that one out and try it out. So that's big.
Very much.
All right, enjoy. Thank you.
All right, so that is the end of it. Interviews would like to cut it off. Yeah. It was a good interview. As I said, a little awkward, but I think that's just because the developers that he was paired with isn't necessarily the developers that I think makes the content that Mr. GM would most likely be covering in his own videos and the things that he cares about most. Although I would say towards the end of the interview, it got a lot better. Especially because they started talking out of their, just by themselves, started telling things that they care about, which I think is really good. But yeah, overall, I think this is really, really good. By God Waste, we've already watched Mr. James' video on what's coming in 10.1, so I don't think watching. I don't think Preach is going to tell us anything extra. So yeah. Anyways, Rurikon, you still here?
Yeah. It's just like when I came back, you were reacting. And I was like, well, he's going to make a VOD. So let's just shut the hell up. Like, I know the hustle, dude. It's like, I'm like, I don't need nobody friggin' interrupting you when you're trying to do a friggin' VOD. Screw that.
Oh yeah, you gotta, you gotta. Anyways, what did you think of the interview?
I only caught a couple of bits of it, but sounds good. It sounds like World of Warcraft is one of the few products that is going in the right direction within Blizzard.
True.
Might I say maybe even the only product that's going in the right direction?
I don't know if I would agree with that. I've watched the Diablo 4 sort of thing, and that looks to be going in the right direction as well.
I don't know, dude. I think they're leaning too deeply onto the monetization stuff, which is weird because I feel like Diablo 4 is going to be more monetized than World of Warcraft if you take away the WoW token, because obviously WoW token is going to win out over everything in terms of monetization. But yeah,
I mean, the WoW token kills basically. This is one of the reasons why Blizzard have never had to be like hyper cash shop focused. Why you might get 3, maybe 4 additions to the cash shop over the course of a single expansion, if not less. Because the WoW token serves basically all needs, right? From that perspective. I don't mind so far the cosmetics being added to Diablo, because it's all cosmetic from what I can tell. It doesn't seem to be impacting gameplay. And I mean, I would have preferred if we would get games that didn't have cash shops in them. Obviously, you and I have spoken about this at length. I hate cash shops with everything in me. But Diablo 4 is technically a live service game, right? As far as I'm concerned, and I still have not had anyone explain to me how it isn't, Diablo 4 is an MMO. It has raids.
Yeah, the Diablo 4 that they're doing very much is an MMO. I think that what people are saying is that they don't want it to be an MMO.
Yeah, but I think those people are morons, because it is an MMO. It was always going to be an MMO, because at the end of the day, the one problem that Kotick will always have is, how do I monetize this game? And Diablo has never been easy to monetize, because as a single player game, it is just hard to monetize.
Yep.
The MMO gives him that opportunity, to finally buy his 3rd yacht. And I think you're a monster if you won't allow a man a 3rd yacht. Like, what kind of
man,
what kind of fucking asshole would you be?
It needs a yacht with a pool to have another yacht in it. It's just like, it needs to have a pool big enough to have another yacht that he can sail.
Exactly.
I think
right?
that's reasonable.
Exactly. Yeah. So the man has to live. Like all his friends have 3, and he's the only fuck with 2.
It's like, I'm just curious to see how things are going to pan out for Blizzard in the future, because of the fact that now they're forcing people to go back to the office, which is kind of weird, because it's like you have like this winning strategy, like everything worked great when people were working from home. Now you want everybody to be miserable in the office again, and I'm just like, but why?
Dude, I'm gonna throw this out there, and I might be way off, right? But this is like Alex Jones level conspiracy shit. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think that this is completely planned from Blizzard Entertainment, and the reason for it is, we've seen this across the board, right? All companies right now, Apple, Comcast, all of these companies are firing people en masse, right? They're just getting rid of people.
So you're thinking they're trying to get people to quit? Well, it actually makes sense because of what he said. What's his name?
Mike Ibarra.
Yeah, Mike Ibarra was like, "Hey, if you don't like it, quit."
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
Yeah, and the way they're gonna control it.
Toxic. He's just like, if you don't like it, quit.
But this is exactly it. The way they're gonna control it is, if the wrong developers want to quit, they're gonna offer them a new deal, right? So let's say, for example, a very good developer came and said, "Look, I'm not working from the office. I want to quit. I want to go work for someone else." They'll go, wait. Maybe we can work something out here, right? Maybe you can work from home. will write you a new contract that allows you
And
to
the
work from
peasant-
home.
The peasants, though, no, we can't help the peasants.
Yeah, we
no.
gotta help you.
Peasants,
Quit,
they-
bro. Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here. Because Blizzard is, as far as a company goes, I mean, it has 7,000 people that work for it. Of that, about 4,000, I think, is developers or some shit like that. So it is a massive corporation. And I do think that they're starting to feel the pinch. And so they may actually just decided, look, this is the best way to get out of a bunch of developers without putting our name sort of, or hurting our name too much. Because we all know what happens, right? Every
Push
single time
people,
Blizzard
push
lays
people to
off.
leave. Yeah.
Yeah, every single time Blizzard announces layoffs, people threaten to quit the game, and some people do quit the game because evil Bobby Kotick. Whereas now, even though people were a little angry, I didn't see a single person say they're done with WoW as a result of the scumbag move, you know? Even though, technically speaking, this is a scumbag move.
Bellular went pretty nuclear. Did you see some of his videos?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ,
We
dude.
reacted to his video on stream.
Bellular wasn't
angry.
taking any prisoners, dude. He went
Yeah.
scorched earth.
But I mean, still didn't threaten to quit. This was not on the level of, you know, the previous shit that happened where people actually quit the game. But no, I agree with you. I think Blizzard is heading in the right direction. I think World of Warcraft is heading in the right direction. I am worried that the developers are gonna get screwed by the suits.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And that might again destroy sort of company cohesion, because it really does seem like these developers are finally having fun again. You know.
Yeah, it sucks. They're gonna get messed up again.
Yep.
That's the
just-
problem.
That's just life, you know. Yeah, you gotta accept that, I guess. I see people in
It's like-
chat also just wailing on Mr. Kuntik. Because what else can you do, right?
I mean, he's a piece of trash. We already know that. That's just like low hanging fruit at this point. Kotick is a piece of trash.
Dude, I
Like
just
it's just that simple.
what I want to know is, how does a CEO like Kuntik get to that level? How does that happen? How does someone that is so clearly inept and so clearly clueless on running an actual gaming company, how does he become the CEO of one of the largest gaming companies in the world?
Connections. It's like everything in life. Like, listen, I was part of a company where there was a buyout. Somebody bought this company. This was one of the most successful companies in Portugal. I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah.
They did like stands and expositions and stuff like that. It was marketing, but also other things, but basically physical structures, not structures in buildings, but like, say for instance, you go to a store, right?
Mhm.
And there's like, imagine from the table that is there to the person that is selling you stuff
Yeah.
to the places where they have the products, to everything. Like, they would do everything for both shops and expositions, everything, and they were the best. They were the best in Portugal, okay? And they were bought out.
Yeah.
And the guy who came in was like this big dude that worked in a construction company before.
Of course, because the
came
skills
in-
are transferable.
But he's like a suit, right?
Mhm.
He's not like over there like doing cement or whatever. He's a suit. He's like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
big
yeah.
guy, works in the construction, whatever. And so he comes in there, and for starters, this was more like a family-run business, right? And this guy's coming from like giga corporate business.
Yeah.
I'm working in this company. I'm doing like IT. This guy comes in there, starts throwing his weight around like a fucking imbecile. Everybody that is working at the company goes like, he's insane. He's crazy.
Yeah.
He's just like, no. Now we do things like this. I know how to do this. Don't worry about it.
Of course.
Sends the person who was in charge of the company, the person who made the company the most successful one in Portugal,
Mm-hmm.
because they had a contract with this person to stay there for 2 years, sends them away 1 year early. Like 1 year in, he's like, yeah, I know what you're doing. I know how it works. You can leave now. We don't need you anymore.
Nice.
He's like, hey, That's all good by me. And within 2 years, runs the company into the ground.
Yep. Sounds about
Into the
right.
ground. He
Sounds
ran
about
that.
right.
But so it's like, how did he get that position? How did he get to that point? Connections. Just friggin' connections. It's just the surprising thing about Kotick is not how he got to where he is how the company somehow managed to stay functional this whole time. That's the impressive part to me.
Well, to be fair, Kotick has not been in charge of Blizzard for that long. In terms of
He was in charge of Activision.
Yeah. So Blizzard might still suffer under Kotick. You see, look at Call of Duty. There was a time where Call of Duty was basically posting record sales year after year. Like every Call of Duty would build on the previous one. And I believe the last 2 Call of Duties have sort of taken a massive step back. It's only this last one that eventually players realized, oh, okay, this is actually good. But this is only after Activision sort of woke up and realized, well, guys, we're about to kill this fucking franchise. Like,
Yeah.
This franchise is about to die. And that's when Bobby Kotick finally released, his foot off the neck of the developers and said, okay, you know what, just make a good fucking game, please.
Just do something, please. Don't
Yeah.
let us go under.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the thing with Blizzard as well. Remember, it can take a long time. Mike Borheim put a lot of structures in place that made World of Warcraft highly successful. And it could take a decade or more to really dismantle all of those structures that eventually will cost Blizzard almost all of their IPs. Unless, of course, Bobby Kotick really isn't... I'm not going to say he isn't as evil, because I do think he is an evil bastard. But maybe
He
he's
is.
not as stupid as people think he is. Because he does at least seem to have the ability to realize that this is not going well. Which a lot of other, what's his name? Wilson from EA. He has not figured out yet that EA has not made a good game in fucking years. He still has not figured that out.
They've done the Jedi game. That was pretty good.
The Jedi game, but that was mostly Respawn though. And EA just sort
they're
of
part of EA.
let them go with that. But look at all the other Star Wars games that came before that. And I also think the only reason they made Jedi as successful as possible is because they lost the Disney license, right? Because Disney eventually said, what the fuck is this? Hey, what the fuck is this? The games you keep bringing out is just shit, right?
It's just trash. Stop producing trash, god damn it.
Yeah. EA backed out of their deal, right? Oh, FIFA backed out of their deal with EA.
Oh no, I'm so sad.
Yeah, Madden. I've heard rumors that Madden might be thinking of backing out of their exclusivity deal with EA as well. Although the National
That's
Football...
the way to do it. Everybody leave.
Yeah. The problem, though,
Desert
is the National Football Association is greedy as fuck, so they probably don't give a shit as much as FIFA or Disney cared. But I've heard from an insider at BioWare that our hopes for the new Dragon Age as well as the new Mass Effect should be severely diminished. And I was like, why? And he said, bro,
Ooh.
EA does not understand what made BioWare games great.
Yep.
They don't get it.
This doesn't surprise me at all.
This guy literally just told me. He sat in a meeting with Andrew Wilson, and when Wilson mouthed off about what he wants from them for Dragon Age and for Mass Effect, they were just sitting there going, but this is not Mass Effect. Like, this is not what you're describing you want, and what the game is not the same thing. We can't make Mass Effect as good as it was with the things that you want with it. Like, it's just never going to work. And Andrew Wilson doesn't understand this, because in Andrew Wilson's world, any game can be a live service game, right? Even if you need
Yep.
like a story-driven, high-impact story, it could still be live service, no problems. And then you have Anthem, which I mean,
Good God. Did you ever play Anthem? I loved Anthem.
Yeah.
Dude. Anthem was a fantastic friggin' game.
I played Anthem,
Besides,
but I played it because the story appealed to me. The idea of the story, at least.
the
appealed.
story was terrible.
Yeah, but I mean, it could have been good before
It
the
could
game
have,
even came
yes.
out. You know, this is this unknown planet that no one knows about, and
And
you get to explore it and you get to discover things. And then I saw the story, and this was literally within the first half an hour. I'm like, did they just the writer just give his kid the fucking story to write? He was just scribble a couple of ideas down here, and we'll just use
Yeah.
them. This is shit. Where's the intrigue, the mystery?
It's like, did you see the Angry Joe video for his review of Forspoken? He has such a funny bit on it.
I didn't know.
He just goes and he says something like, there's they have other Joe show up, and he's like eating crayons. They got like some of those edible crayons. And
yeah.
he's like eating crayons. He's like, oh yeah, this is the person who's writing our story.
Oh shit.
That was funny as hell.
I saw a lot of bad reviews for Forspoken. Like a lot of
Yeah,
them.
Forspoken wasn't great, but it didn't deserve the hate boner that it got either. It's like, it was a mediocre game. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
It was a mediocre
mean-
game, but a lot of people felt the need to just like take a dump all over it. And I was like, okay, whatever.
I think what ends up happening with games like that is people get hyped, right? Because
Yeah.
obviously it's a game that has a lot of promise, and then the game comes out and it's so clearly obvious that this game was ruined not by unforeseen things. It was ruined on purpose. Like, you could see that the guys just didn't have a fucking clue. I've been thinking about this a lot, right? So one of the things that just really pisses me off about modern sort of writing in video games is this insistence that female characters cannot be feminine, right? So there can be no feminine traits within a female character. And for some reason, female characters must always be dickheads. Like, they must just be the most unlikable characters in the fucking world. And somehow that makes for a good superhero. Because when I watch movies these days, when I see games, when I play games, it's almost consistently that. The character that is the lead is unlikable as fuck. Like, you just can't like this character. You know, they're either so sarcastic the whole time that somehow that's edgy, you know, and edgy is cool for some reason. And it's just like, wait, but how can I like you? You're fucking annoying as a character, you know? And
You're
that's
not
the
supposed
problem.
to like him.
Yeah, but I mean, how are you going to write a character that no one fucking likes? That's
Yeah,
just not going to happen.
The worst part about Forspoken is I feel like they weren't even aware that the character wasn't very likable. The character was just an asshole. The whole, like, I played a little bit of it, but that character was just straight up an asshole most of the game.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, I
weird.
watched the playthrough of it. Like, I mean, maybe saying watched a playthrough of it is a bit grandiose. I watched about an hour of a playthrough of it, and in an
Yeah.
hour of playthrough, I was like, I hate this character with every fiber of my being.
Yeah,
The
it was weird.
the other problem, so it's sort of like it's all writing problems at this point, but one, modern day characters are extremely unlikable. Modern day characters can't be feminine or too masculine, so it's sort of this bland fucking character that's written that's neither one or the other. And then perhaps the single most important thing is, for some reason, when you have a character that fits some kind of minority group, that character can have zero weaknesses. You know, so I like to refer back to the Rocky films as like the bog standard story trope thing, right? If you're gonna have a superhero story trope, Rocky is how it should be done, because it's so fucking obvious. what is Rocky? Rocky starts out as not the best boxer in the world. He's actually so bad that
He has a hero's journey.
Yeah, he has that proper hero's journey. He starts out really bad. His own trainer will not work with him. He eventually gets his shot, and this leads to him changing everything to become the hero that he is meant to be. But then he falls down again, right? It's not as if it's just this meteoric rise and now he's just the best, greatest fucking character ever. There's consistent downturns. Why is that important? Because if Superman didn't have a weakness to kryptonite, we would have nothing to associate with Superman. We, as humans...
He's invincible.
Yeah, he's like, what the fuck? There's nothing that can kill this character. Why would we care? It's his weakness to kryptonite that makes him more relatable. And modern day video game characters have none of that relatability. There's just no failure. There's no downturns. It's just, look at me. I'm so good. Suck my dick. And somehow they haven't figured out that the audience doesn't care about it. The audience doesn't care for it. It just doesn't mesh. Are you at the office? You're at the office, right? Or are you at home?
Yeah. I'm not going home today.
How are you not going home?
I can just stay here.
How?
What do you mean how? This is very close to my parents' place. I can just sleep there.
All right.
I'm a little bit sick and I don't want to give anything to my kids, so I'm just like chilling.
All right. I understand what you mean. Plus, it's a bit of boys' time. You get to just chill the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
Just
shit!
chilling out
Carmagen
a
is
bit.
calling you
What?
the fuck out, bro.
What? What's going on?
You're
I
not
wasn't
going
looking at
home on
chat.
International Women's Day. You bastard. You
Is
misogynistic
today
asshole.
international? Is today International Women's Day?
Yeah, apparently.
I don't care.
I'm gonna say that's why you're
Listen,
not going home.
I'm married. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he celebrated International Weddings Day with her. However many years ago they got married.
Wait, did you say
That counts
Women's
for
Day
it.
or Weddings Day?
Women's Day.
Women's Day, yeah. For a second, I thought you said Weddings Day, and I was like,
I don't.
wedding.
If there is an International Weddings Day, that day can go fuck itself.
Yeah, I agree. Jesus Christ.
To
The
be
fuck?
fair, though, I don't even understand the necessity for an International Women's Day. It's like, wait, on all the other days, are we allowed to forget they exist? What exactly is this for? It's like I think there used to be, when I was younger, there used to be a Men's Day as well, or there's a Father's Day or something.
There's a
like
Father's
that, right?
Day. Yeah, there's a Father's Day.
Yeah, I've never understood Mother's and Father's Day. Like, that's never made sense to me. It's like, who gives a fuck?
Well, the other day, you're not a father. That's how it works.
Yeah, so can I give my kids away on the other days and then they can just stay with me on those days? Well, that makes sense.
That's exactly how that works.
True. But for anyone that is celebrating International Women's Day, congratulations for being born, I guess. Took great, I guess, pains on your end, to go through that,
Dude, you're looking slimmer, by the way. You've been working
you.
out, haven't you?
Yeah, like a fucking maniac, bro.
Yeah, good job, dude.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Really appreciate that. Yeah, no, I've been exercise every morning, 5 o'clock, like a fucking beast. Go to the beach. I've also cut out caffeine, all coffee, all sugar, soda. Right?
Yeah, soda. I think you should cut. Coffee, I don't think you need to.
Yeah,
I
but
think you're fine.
I mean,
if you have coffee.
So I haven't drank like sugary soda in decades. Decades is a fucking strong word. I'm not that old, but like over a decade that I haven't had sugary soda. But I've done I used to be addicted to Pepsi Max, which is like sugar free, but still very high in caffeine. And I cut that out. I cut out coffee. I basically only drink tea now, like tea, no milk, because I've cut out milk as well. I'm just fucking going balls to the wall, bro, trying to get rid of anything that might be bad for us. The only reason coffee, I've changed my sleep schedule where I'm now sleeping during the day. And if I were also to then fucking drink coffee, I would not be sleeping. It would be miserable for me to fall asleep.
Oh.
So yeah, that's pretty much it. And no, I drink a thing called rooibos tea. Rooibos tea is caffeine free. Doesn't have any caffeine in it. So that's the tea that I drink.
I drink tea from time to time as well. Tea's all right.
What tea do you drink?
Mostly chamomile to help me with my stomach problems because I have all kinds of stomach problems. So yeah.
That makes sense. I don't know. Chamomile always just, it chills me out too much. Like it has like a sort of, I couldn't drink it before a stream, let's say.
I can drink it whatever. I'll still be fine. It's whatever. It's not a big deal.
I'd be way too chill, and I need to hype myself up for in case I have to get angry about something. And if it was like if it was chamomile, and it came out that Bobby Kotick was throat fucking Ian Azikostas while Ian Azikostas was meant to make the game, right? I wouldn't be able to get angry sufficiently at that.
Sufficiently angry, yeah. Yeah, dude. What else have you been playing besides World of Warcraft, or is it just World of Warcraft for you?
So recently I've had this itch to go back to StarCraft 2 and replay the full story for StarCraft 2. Yeah, just like the story, because I think StarCraft 2 has an amazing story. I played the first 2 patches or expansions, well, the original and the first expansion, but I never finished the Protoss expansion. So I've been thinking of like going back and doing that. Outside of that, I've played a shit ton of Medieval Dynasty. I don't know if you've ever played that.
Medieval Dynasty?
Yeah, Medieval Dynasty. It's like a survival game, but you build a town and then you have to get townspeople to like do jobs and stuff for you. So you can eventually get all of your jobs to be done by the townspeople. So you basically just chill and have children because you need to have a child, otherwise the game ends upon your death. So that's
kind of like Fable.
Yeah, kind of like Fable. Then I got a little bored with that, so I've been spamming ARAM, League of Legends, like a boss.
Oh
bro.
God,
dude, I've been playing the shit out of League of Legends.
That sounds depressing as hell, dude. Sorry,
no, bro. It is super fun. League of Legends is fun. I don't know why people hate on it so much. Because I get that it's incredibly toxic. But the game is fun. The gameplay loop is super fun. Specifically ARAM, because it lasts like 20 minutes. And then I've also been like super tempted to get back into Elden Ring.
Oh my God. See, that's what you got to do, dude. You got to get it back into Elden Ring.
For those of you that don't know.
Saddle.
For those of you in chat that have no idea, Rurikon is like, let's say he's addicted to games like Elden Ring, right? That's all. Yeah. That's literally the games he play. It's like Monster Hunter dude. And Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter Fall and I don't know what the fuck, Monster Hunter everything. And then Elden Ring.
The Japanese have amazing names. It's called Monster. The expansion right now is Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, because that makes sense.
Yeah, Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Yeah, that makes no fucking sense. But yeah, so he's like he's that guy. Right? He plays the shit out of those games. Wo Long, he had this video on Twitter where he was the samurai. In Wo Long. So yeah, he really gets into
when I was playing with the umbrella.
Yeah.
They made an umbrella as a weapon. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you? An umbrella, really? It's weird, bro.
I don't play games like that, but I have been like feeling interested in getting back into Elden Ring.
The thing about those is that it's rough for the type of streams that you do because you're not going to be able to focus at all. Did you see Asmon getting completely blasted in Wo Long? He was so mad. Like why? I saw one of his videos, like one of the first videos that he made. Mm-hmm. I just went to like the ending bit because at the end he's going to be saying what he thought about it and whatnot. And he was so mad. And then I was looking at what he was doing, and I was like, "Oh no!" And then I was seeing his chat just being like "Giga backseat gamers," and I was like, "I don't know what's worse." So like, Wolong has like this morale system where you're supposed to find flags that
Okay.
increase your morale, and that just kind of like dictates how powerful you are in that level based on the morale. It's not just your character level.
Okay.
There's also a morale level that makes you more powerful.
Okay.
And so usually the morale caps out at 20 because the final boss of a level will be like morale level 20.
Okay.
And Asmongold was running into that level 20 boss at morale level 13.
So he got
And
his
just
ass.
he's
handed
just
to him.
getting fucking annihilated and getting really mad about it. And I was like, yep,
But wait,
yep.
is Wolong like it's so it's levels? It's not an open
It's,
world
uh,
game.
No, it's not an open world game. It's levels. It's a mission structure. So almost
So
like a World of Warcraft instance,
monsterized
basically.
type of thing.
Not really. It's more like it's like a World of Warcraft dungeon. Every level is a World of Warcraft dungeon. Think of it like
All
that.
right, but there's no open
Yeah.
world attached to it. It's literally just go in, go out,
Yeah.
or just
Go into a
progress.
dungeon, then there's a hub, and just go through, do the levels. That's
Right.
it.
I can also. Oh, this is the other game I also have access to now. I can, because of the one thing that you fucking hate, that I think might be the greatest gift ever to gamers ever. I can also play Monster Hunter as part of
I don't-
my
I don't know
Xbox
why you
Game
think.
Pass.
I don't know why you think I hate Game Pass. I never said I hate Game Pass. I said it's not a product that's for me, but I think it's great
You
value
see,
for
guys,
people. I've always said
you heard it right. He just said he hates Xbox Game Pass. Like, that's literally
Exactly.
the words he just
Yes.
said.
Yes, exactly. It's like, hey, Rurikon, do you like apples or oranges? I'm more of an apple guy. Why do you hate oranges, bro?
Exactly.
Why you gotta hate oranges? God damn it. Toxic.
But yeah, Monster Hunter Rise was also released on the Xbox Game Pass. And Carmen,
Yeah.
why are you even asking such a question? If I play any game, it will always be on the far superior mouse and keyboard. Like, always. Why would I
You're
play
gonna
on anything
love-
else?
You're gonna love Wolong on mouse and keyboard. It'll be fantastic.
Is it really that bad on mouse and keyboard?
I have no idea, dude. Why would I degrade myself to play that game on mouse and keyboard?
Why would you not?
No, dude,
Oh my God.
why?
Even
I
racing
can just
games,
play it on.
I would play with a mouse and a fucking keyboard.
I can see the racing games. I think that's fine. But like, there are some games that are just better on a controller.
I don't agree. I just
Yeah, it's
don't.
okay. It's okay. It's okay to be wrong. That's fine.
I mean, I was going to say the same thing to you, but you stole my thunder.
Yeah, dude.
We watched some of the interviews, Cassiel. No, I don't know how many fucking interviews there are, but we have watched Mr. GM's, and we'll probably get into the others as well. How you doing, by the way, Cass? Remember before, we'll be good with a controller. Get the fuck out.
Dude, let me tell you something. Diablo 3 was better with a controller.
I am gonna fucking lose my mind. It was
That's okay.
It was better? What the hell are you talking about? A mouse and a keyboard.
Listen.
Like, click to move, click to attack. It just makes sense. The click, it's in the name. Mouse, click. Easy.
Let me explain something to you. We had a dodge in Diablo 3 on consoles.
So,
Did you know that?
Yeah, because the console, the reason you needed to have a dodge is because controllers are so bad at registering
No.
movement that you needed a fucking dodge button. Whereas on keyboard, they know we're the superior gamer. We don't need a dodge to get out of the shitty little animations. We see the animations because we're playing at much higher frame rates than the rest of you 60 FPS cocks, right? So I can see
Yes.
the shit coming and I can click to move out of it. I don't need to dodge. Dodge where?
The
Just
worst-
fucking run away from it.
The worst part about that is that there's actually people that believe in what you say and then go on to say, "Yeah, fuck them peasants." There's people that actually go off like that. Like I get people like that on my comment sections every now and then. They're just like they genuinely believe the memes that you're spewing out right now. They're just like, yeah, fuck this console bullshit. This is some bullshit. It's like, wow, dude.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not a fan of console. I don't mind if people play console. It's your games. You can play whatever you want. I don't care for it. I don't care for controllers. I hate them. They feel awkward to me. I prefer
they felt
mouse
awkward
and
to
keyboard.
me too the first time I pick them up after being on mouse and keyboard for so long. I still can't play fighting games on controllers. Like if you were to give me the choice to play Street Fighter on a controller or on a keyboard, I'd rather play on a keyboard any day of the week. I would and here's the worst part. I play way worse Street Fighter on a controller because I grew up playing Street Fighter on a keyboard. Maybe I could use one of those button things that they make. Now. They
That's
make
not
these
for you,
controllers
by
that
the
are
way,
just
Rurikon.
buttons.
That's not for you,
I'm not-
Rurikon. That's for By God Waste. And he's
Okay.
fucking insult.
Tiny little woman hands. Oh, it's good stuff. Okay, how about arcade stick? I can't do arcade sticks either. Like there's a version of the pad that they do that's just buttons. There's no stick, it's just buttons. I'd use that. But I'd rather even just use the keyboard.
Dude,
I even remember, like, listen, when I played Street Fighter, it was the arrow buttons and then QWEASD. That was it.
oh my
That was it.
God.
I didn't need anything else. Yeah, dude, it was
Do you
perfect.
remember games back in the day when both hands on keyboard?
Yeah, OPQA. Yeah, dude, that was the shit. OPQA space bar.
Dude, like I'm just doing this now and I'm thinking, like, I remember a time when
We used
you
to
would
play games like that.
Yeah, where the only way for you to move in a game would be the arrow keys. There was no WASD. Like, what was? No. The arrow keys moved you in the world. And then the keyboard would be, like, maybe D would be attack and S would be block or whatever. And that's just how you'd play.
No. Back in the day, it would be something like control and shift.
Yeah, some shit. So
It was
like
arrows and
random
control
fucking
and
keys.
shift, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just how you would play. Like, mouse.
So wait.
The mouse was just to log into the game.
You never even played games that were like OPQA?
I don't think we ever had OPQA because OPQA.
Like actually look at the keys on your keyboard, see where they are, because there were games that we used to play with OPQA, and you're like,
But they're on
"The
opposite
fuck?"
ends of the spectrum.
Exactly.
That's wild.
And let me tell you what the developers thought: Q goes up, A goes down, O goes left, and P goes right. And then you'd have spacebar for jump or something like that.
Dude,
Yeah,
what
there were
the-
games
but
that
how
were
do
like
you-
that, dude.
How do you even, like, I would not be able to do this.
Oh yeah, I played like that, dude. Plenty of games I played like that. And the worst part is that when you'd get used to it, you'd get to a point where you'd prefer it, which is the worst part.
I had a game. This was years ago. It was called Jaunty Rhodes Cricket. Right? It was a cricket game on PC where in order to run between the wickets, you would have to mash A and D as hard as you possibly could. Like, just one of the other. And that's how you would run between the wickets. It was... The controls back in the day made no sense. Like, just zero. Oh, I need to ask you, did you ever play on console those athletic games?
Athletic games.
You know, like 100-meter dash and high jump and fucking long jump. And this was like way back, PlayStation 1 era games.
No, I didn't have a PlayStation 1, unfortunately.
Oh, shit. All right, so I had a
No.
PlayStation 1, and one of the games that I had was the Olympics game. So basically, all of the Olympic stuff. And there... So what's the two buttons, the one on the bottom and the one on the right on the controller? It's X and O, right?
You mean on the PlayStation?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's X and O.
X and O. Yeah, so those two buttons would make your guy run faster.
Oh wait, I played one of those on Mega Drive, I think. Oh my God, what we used to do? No wait, it was Game Boy. It was Game Boy. That's what it was. And what we used to do is like you'd put your fingers like this, and you go like.
But we found out a fucking easier way. So you take like a bottle, a small bottle, say for example like this, yeah, like this bottle here. But obviously it wouldn't have the spray burn. Like just imagine this was a bottle with a plastic bottle cap, and then you take this and you fucking run it between those two buttons, like because you can go much faster because you have more leverage on it.
Yeah.
To the point where those buttons
you shred controllers.
Yeah, like there was nothing left of those buttons. It's just completely eroded to fuck. You can't play anything else. You can only play that game. Fucking running as fast as you can.
Yeah, I remember there were like some Olympics games or something where you're just like,
yeah, exactly,
like, wasting away your fingers at those damn things.
Exactly.
You know that was actually a thing in World of Warcraft. The way I play World of Warcraft, because in 14 I'll play with a controller, but in World of Warcraft I went back to keyboard and it was a long time.
Yeah.
But when I play World of Warcraft, I'm usually like mashing 4 buttons.
Yep.
And I've gotten exceedingly good at mashing those buttons. I mashed them so fast that in the first like couple of weeks that I came back to WoW, I had calluses on my fingers.
What?
Like my fingers were actually super rough from like mashing buttons, and it's just like this is not good.
That's how you know you're a pro gamer, when you have calluses on your fingers from the fucking game that you're playing. It's a hard life being a gamer, man. Like hard on the hands.
Yeah, dude. I put my body on the line. What have you sacrificed?
I have calluses on my hands, but it's from lifting weights. It's on my fingers though. It's on
Giga Chad.
I hate it. I hate it. Because yeah, it's like
I'd imagine you would.
all across my palm, there's like these fucking calluses. So yeah, it's annoying. The most famous game of this genre back in the day was Track and Field. That's the one. Track and Field. Yes. That's the one.
Jesus.
Where you could do javelin throw, although that was always too fucking difficult. I didn't know how to do that. And long jump and triple jump and, you know, just all manner of shit that you could do. But your keyboard or your controller would take a fucking beating in those games.
Oh, yeah.
It would just get destroyed. So I think for tomorrow, chat, I'm going to go get some food now because I'm fucking hungry. But I think for tomorrow, we're going to do the interview. So apparently, according to Cassiel, there's an interview with Ian Azikostas. So we're going to do that interview. We're also going to watch the interview with Dratnos. He's talking about priest changes and stuff like that. So we'll react to that interview as well. If you missed the interviews that we went through in today's stream, they'll be up on YouTube tomorrow. I'm gonna give the developers a day, not the developers, the original creators. I'm gonna give them a day to get their, get their views in, and then tomorrow I'll upload my reaction to those interviews. So if you've missed it, you can just grab it there. And yeah, I'm probably gonna make a video or two anyways about the next patch and what to look forward to from the story and all that shit. So yeah, I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out. Carmagen, yeah, it's 10 o'clock where I am. We've done 4 hours of stream, which I think is fine. We'll probably, as soon as I'm off the medication, we'll probably start doing longer streams again. Because, yeah, right now I have like a weird, I don't know what it's called in English. In Afrikaans, it's called maagseer. But it's basically like my stomach feels like it's on fire. So that's
acid burn.
It's not,
Not
acid
burn. Sorry, acid reflux.
It's not even so. Acid reflux is one thing. It's not heartburn. No, it's not heartburn. It's not acid reflux, but it is a. So let me explain what happens, and then maybe you guys can tell me what it's called. You have a membrane or a mucus membrane around the lining of your stomach, right? That keeps the acid in your stomach from touching the lining of your stomach.
That's acid reflux. Dude.
Is that
I have the exact same thing.
Yeah. So basically, what happened is no, it's not yet an ulcer.
It's not on your stomach though. It's like here.
I don't know.
Doesn't it burn up your neck?
No. The pain that I have is
Okay,
literally in my stomach. But what ends up
Okay.
happening is this can happen due to stress or there's
Yeah.
like a bunch of things, medications that can do that. But it erodes the mucus membrane. And then what ends up happening is that acid now touches the stomach lining. And the stomach lining isn't meant to be in contact with that acid. And it provides me with... It's not... I would be lying if I said that it was an incredible pain, right? Like, it's just... It leaves you hunched over and you can't fucking do anything. That's not what it is. It's just a permanent pain.
Yeah.
It's like there the whole fucking time and it doesn't go away. And it causes a lot of discomfort. So I'm on medication now. I'm drinking the medication. Apparently it takes, it can take 3 to 2 weeks, like 3 days to 2 weeks for that mucus membrane thing to fucking heal itself. Hopefully this is, depending on severity, I caught it pretty early. So hopefully it's done. And hopefully it's healed before the end of the week. Because, yeah, I do actually want to play some video games at some point. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see my chat is just filled with medical doctors. So I'm very blessed.
It's one of those things you start looking the symptoms up on Google and it's like, oh, I have cancer, clearly. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, that has happened before, right? Where you feel something, you go, I'll just quickly Google this. And then suddenly you're like, oh, shit. I have cancer and HIV and some other fucking disease I can't even pronounce.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Yeah,
This is it.
apparently, I picked up like 10 different STDs somehow. Like, haven't even had sex.
Yeah,
The fuck?
exactly. But yeah.
Oh, man.
Anyways, chat. Also, Rurikon, thank you so much for hanging out with us and
No problem.
spending some time with us.
Missed hanging out with you.
Oh yeah, it's been a
times.
fucking age. We definitely
Yeah,
have to
dude.
do this more often. And then of course, Mr. Really appreciate the 5 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. It sounds like the Black Plague to me. Yeah, they definitely. But anyways, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for coming out. I'll see you all tomorrow. Might be a little late tomorrow, just depending on how much time I have. Because I have to edit all of those videos and get all of that shit done. And then we'll be live. So I really appreciate all of you. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.